Welcome to this new episode. This is gonna be episode 15 of Think with Armel reaction videos. I've decided to do a series where this is election season. This is election year in America, and everybody's talking about politics. I wanted to bring my voice to help bring some sense to the debate. I'm not a moderator. I picked a side because I think my side is right and the other side is wrong. But I don't think they are all satanic or demonic or anything like that. I really think having more conversations and more dialogue is a good thing. The more you speak, the more we understand. And if you're making sense, the more sense you make. However, if you're just full of it, we all find out in the open, right? So more conversation and more debate is a good thing. Thank you all for joining. I hope you enjoy this one. Let's go! Drop the beat! Boom! Welcome to this fresh episode. This video it shook me a little bit, but it got me to really start paying attention to where the conversation needs to go, to who needs to be having this conversation. Because sometimes when I talk to people, it some ways feels like you're preaching to the choir. And I commend this guy for at least trying to go down and actually talk to people that vehemently disagree and try to make the case for why they may need to reconsider. So let's go ahead and watch this together. It's a long video. I'm probably going to post like different segments of my reaction to this, but here we go.
I think that
yes or no question.
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they
assigned male at birth, so people are not male at birth.
I think that a person.
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers.
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb?
That was actually the best point somebody made.
It's not about the cells. It's not about. No. I'm speaking. No, 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 I'm speaking.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids. My first prompt.
Man, I don't know if I could do this because these kids, they talk too fast and they're angry. And I don't know if I have the patience, man. Breathe. It's gonna be okay. Oh. Okay, let's go.
Prompt is, abortion is murder and should be illegal.
Damn. What? The the few that strongly against this. What? I don't even know why this is a number one issue as viewed from the left, because this is not even supposed to be that big of an issue, to be completely honest. Whoever's structured this issue as a women's right issue, from their perspective, I call him a genius, because that is the best way to sell murder at scale. Make it the human rights issue.
All right.
Can I?
But you know what? They're kids. That makes a lot of sense. That's what kids do. I remember when we were kids, we play around and learn.
Hey! This is musical chairs. Go round, and when the music stops, sit down.
And it's always down.
Round and round and round and round and round.
Okay, hello, what's your
Hi,
name?
Juliana.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Can
you.
we get our terms right first?
Yeah.
Okay, abortion is the forcible ending of the
Smart debater, very strategic. You always start by defining your terms, because inevitably, at some point in the debate, people try to shift the goalpost. Say, no, but this, that, no. Let's define the baseline, define what abortion is, define what murder is, define what a life is, and then you start debating.
viability of a being in utero, otherwise known as a fetus. Do we agree that's what abortion is?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, great. And then murder is the intentional taking of life, different than killing or sudden death. So murder would be the intent taking another life. Do we agree with that?
Okay.
Okay, and then we agree that murder in general in society should be illegal.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So yeah, no, I do want to preface that I'm a Catholic. So I think one really important thing
One thing that I notice is that people always people always try to identify themselves in some type of tribal way. Why do you feel the need to say that you're a Catholic or you are a Protestant or you are black or you are a trans or you are gay? Identity has become, and I'm not saying that your identifier isn't important or powerful, but that's what it is. It just identify you. It doesn't define you. It's kind of like your name. Your name say, okay, my name is Armel. That identifies me, but that doesn't define me. So the idea of defining yourself by your identity or a community, in a way, it takes away from your humanity because the only thing that should define us is humanity, in my opinion. Now, within your humanity, you have aspects of it. You have the culture, you have your tribes, you have your religion, you have and all those things. But it's like your identity is become this paramount thing, which is a strong. I think it's just symbolic, right? It's not that important on the scale of things that should define you. But I digress.
that the Bible says is to not judge. And just going back to the topic, I think there's a big difference between, cells in utero than a living, breathing, existing being. And while I do believe it's murder, and that's just my personal belief, right? I don't believe in telling people what to do with their bodies. That's not up to me, and it's not up to us as well as Christians.
But
This right here, in a nutshell, is the reason why, despite the fact that the Western culture or the Western civilization was founded on Christian principles, we have been overrun by transgenderism, by homosexuality, by climatism, and all in all, because this idea of tolerance, this idea of not judging, this idea of accepting everything, that is not love. That is just weakness. Because love sometimes is stern. The fact that your parents decide, like when I was growing up, sometimes I got my ass whooped by my mom or my dad. Well, dad just once, but really more often than not, my mom. So her beating me up or whooping me wasn't hate. That was love. And this idea that love cannot be painful, or this idea that love requires you to accept every and anything, tolerate every and anything, is exactly why our society have been overrun by all these issues. That is not love. That is not tolerance. That is weakness. You have to draw the line somewhere. Just because if your child decides that they want to drop out of school, why don't you say, oh, I love you, I'm just gonna trust you and let them drop out? Why do you instinctively as a parent say no, you can't do that, and you fight them over it? You 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 yell at them, sometimes you whoop them, sometimes you force them to do things that they're not supposed, that they don't want to do. That is also an expression of love, and that same logic applies here, because the idea that just because you love somebody, you're just gonna let them do whatever, or because you love people, you're just gonna let them do whatever they want in your house, in your society, is bonkers. That's why if you go to places like United Arab Emirates, places like Dubai, in this day and age, you don't find all of this, because they love their people, but there is a boundary. You cannot overrun their society with things that are counterproductive or that are antithetical to what their their underlying principles of their civilization is. Homosexuality is not something that they have to deal with. They don't have to deal with LGBTQ. They will do here. Transgenderism is not even a thing. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist there. It's always existed throughout humanity, throughout history. The problem is that we have a society now where we just tolerate anything they give, we take anything they come up with, we just accept. That is just weakness and nonsense.
to judge.
Should we prevent murder in society?
For sure, yeah.
Then it should be illegal.
But I think that it's really different, right? Because, you know, these people aren't.
Sorry.
I think the argument she was about to make with this argument of context, that might be true, but this context is different. You're right, this context is different, but that rule still applies because when it comes to life, as in human life, it is what's the word I'm going to use? It is sacred. You do not have the right to take a life unless it's self-defense. Yeah, be it you defending yourself from a murderer or a state defending its citizens from a murderer. That is just, in my opinion, the only scenario in which taking of human life can be rationalized or justified. Outside of that, yeah, that's why I believe in the exceptions. That's why I believe in the exceptions of rape, incest, and the life of the mother. In those three instances, if the mother has issues conceiving to where that baby is actually not viable, or her carrying on that pregnancy might hurt her, or let's say it was a result of rape or incest, I think there's plausible in those scenarios, especially in the case of rape and incest. If anybody has to go to jail, that should be the perpetrators, and they should be charged for rape and for murder because they have caused the murder of a baby. That is who I believe should bear the brunt. And then in the case of the life of the mother, that is just analogous to self-defense. Basically, the fetus becomes this thing that's gonna kill you, so you defend yourself against it. That is my rationale. But I think the argument she was gonna make is that of context.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Kids.
Okay, what's your name?
Naima.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, can I just
Yeah.
ask, at how many weeks do you think that a fetus is viable?
Well, viability and moral worth are two different things.
No, but I'm asking you, at how many weeks do
Well,
you think
at about
a fetus
20
is viable?
weeks, a baby can survive outside of utero.
So it's actually 24 to 26
Well, it's
weeks?
20. The youngest ever in a NICU unit actually happened in San Diego, not far from here, and survived at 20 weeks.
Okay, so under Roe v. Wade, 93% of abortions happened in the first 13 weeks of pregnancy. That's 93% of the abortions happened well before a fetus is technically viable
For
as
sure.
a form
so
of life.
Let's go into viability. So what is it about, let's say, a 6-week baby that has a heartbeat?
By the way, I don't know that this is true. Somebody may need to fact check her on this. Is it true that under Roe v. Wade, 93% of the abortions were done under, did you say 6 or 13 weeks? At 13 weeks?
Its own DNA, fingerprint, brain waves, that is less moral worth than an 88-year-old right now with dementia in a home down the street. That person requires assistance, requires help. Why is it that the 6-week baby is of less moral worth?
Well, first of all, it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
Well, what does fetus mean?
That is the crazy. This is what makes me cringe when I hear people talking about this issue. It's not the fetus. This idea that they're going to identify and define it with some other term. I don't know how you do the gymnastics in your head as though fetus is like saying, oh, it's a boy, it's a girl. Yeah, it's still alive. It just in its current form, it's identified a certain way because it has certain properties that define it, right? So it's a fetus because it's not yet maybe able to survive on its own. That is true, but that doesn't mean it's not alive.
Mean?
A fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the f? I'm sorry, is this
It means little human being.
Ooh, his smile is very creepy. Okay,
Smiling is creepy.
no, your smile specifically.
Got it,
But
thank you.
let's go back to,
so-
we're losing track here.
No, but
Ad hominem attack. Don't let her get you, Charlie. Don't let her get you riled up.
what species is the fetus?
The fetus is not a species yet. It's technically classified
No,
as
no.
a parasite
No.
until it is
Wow.
viable.
So
now, I want to
well,
talk
hold
to you
on.
about something very
I
quickly.
can't let you get past that. Are you
I'm
saying
sorry.
you're saying a baby is a disease or a tumor?
A parasite is not a disease and a tumor. Those are not the same thing. A parasite
parasite-
is defined as something that cannot survive outside of its host. A baby, before it is viable, cannot survive outside of a woman's womb.
Got it. So let's extract. let's extrapolate that.
It is not a living organism.
Are old people with Alzheimer's and dementia that are being assisted every day, are they parasites?
No, they're not parasites. They're human beings who are on the brink of death.
Got it. So they're
not going to be able to survive.
My 4-month-old that requires mom's breast milk and requires daily changes and feedings cannot survive without its own. Is my 4-month-old a parasite?
Your baby can breathe on its own. Your baby can drink water from its mouth to its stomach.
But it cannot.
Your baby can
Can
eat
it hunt?
food.
Can it gather? Can it reason?
But that's not what qualifies something as being a living organism. Being a living organism simply means, can you survive outside of a womb, outside of your host?
Got it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Why does that then equate to moral viability?
It equates to scientific viability.
Why? Under what standard?
Because it is not alive, and you are advocating for the rights of something that is not technically a life.
Got it.
Her logic is so flawed. I'm gonna let Charlie destroy it.
So what is something
While
that has
sacrificing the needs of the human woman who is alive.
Got it. So, but a mom can survive
Yes.
without the baby in her, right?
Yes.
The baby cannot survive without the mom.
Yes.
But a mom cannot survive without her lungs. So it's not her body, it's in her body. It's not her
I
DNA,
know.
so it's not her choice. So it's
It actually is direct.
So they always try to make this thing about. That's why I said that one of the greatest sleight of hand that was done by whoever did this. He basically convinced all of America that abortion is a woman's right to her body. And somehow, in what version of reality does it even make sense? How can you equate a distinguished life to the body of a woman? Yes, the baby needs the woman to survive, but the decision of abortion is not about her body. It's about getting rid of the baby that is in her body. But that is not her body, though. We understand there's a connection between the baby and the woman's body, but the baby is still a separate entity that you're deciding to succeed. They're deciding to execute, you're deciding to kill, for whatever your reasons are.
Her DNA.
It
is 100%. It's 50% of her DNA.
half her DNA. He's gonna win.
So, I know. So the baby gets 50% of its DNA from dad, 50 from mom. By that rationale, it means that the dad can say, you know what? I don't want you to have this baby. What if the dads make that decision that he doesn't want to have a baby? Is it right? The answer to that would be no, right? Like, why does he get to decide? But the reason he doesn't get to decide is not because it's his body or the woman's body. It's because it's a separate life. We just aren't wired to carry babies. Why is it that if somebody assaults a pregnant woman, he gets charged for double murder if it's a single baby, if it's twins? If he kills that woman that carried 2 babies, he killed 3 people. If that is true, then why is it so hard for people to get it through their thick skull that this is not trying to control woman's body? It's trying to stop them from killing babies. And as a society, we need more babies, not less.
I'm telling you, this could take a while.
Okay, first of all,
Do we have our terms correct? We agree?
Actually, no. So first of
Okay,
all,
got it.
I would like to refine our terms. I have
Got it.
2 points to bring up after that, though. So you define murder as like intentionally like killing a human being.
Mhm.
I think that's a very poor way to define murder, because if someone were to like break into my home and point a gun at the heads of me and everybody I love, and I intentionally kill them to prevent them from killing my family, I don't think I murdered them, right? So I would define murder as the unjustified termination of a human life.
You're making a good point. Let me further clarify that. So self-defense is
Right.
very warranted.
Exactly, right?
But I can see where you're going to go with how that has to go with abortion, but we can go down that journey in a second.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I kind of do want to give you my argument insofar as why I'm pro-choice, why I think it's justified. But first, I think that, your position is quite absurd, right? Because you're saying that it is murder to kill a human being, right, at any point in development, especially when it's in the mother's womb. My question to you would be, well, does this make women with IUDs murderers? Because it is the case that in some scenarios, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, meaning there's a unique human life there, but it will prevent its implantation, intentionally killing it.
Let me answer this. I don't even think Charlie is gonna hit this right. It's a very simple response. That's called an accident. It's like saying, okay, you put a security system on your house. Let's say you put the security system on the fence of your house, and then for whatever reason your child is playing, and then it's electrified, and the child, for whatever reason, gets caught up in it, electrifies the child, kills the child. Did you murder that child? That's called an accident, homie. Just because some woman put an IUD. This maybe we'll have to get a little bit philosophical, a little bit technical with the legal language here, but there is an intention to kill the baby, right? If there was no intention to kill the baby, that's why a miscarriage is not technically an abortion, or you can define it as an auto abortion. There was nobody induced it, nobody initiated that process. Whatever nature does, nature does. That's it. In legal parlance, it's called force majeure, like something that nobody can control. But in as much as you, with the intention of taking that life out of that woman's body, you've committed murder. So his example doesn't even hold water, because that's simply what we call an accident.
Well, no, preventing implantation is not necessarily the same thing as terminating a fertilized egg. For example, if you take Plan B, again, it's not the same thing. Preventing the production of progesterone is not the same thing as terminating a being that has been fertilized. You do not know for a fact that the egg has been fertilized. You do not know that when you have an IUD.
Okay, yeah, so preventing fertilization or implantation to the uterine lining is killing a conceived zygote. So what happens? A sperm goes into the egg, right? The egg becomes fertilized. It's a conceived zygote. In some cases, it will prevent the implantation of the conceived zygote, killing the conceived zygote.
In some
It's
cases,
called an
correct.
accident.
So what do you say in some cases, women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course
No,
not. They're
it's
not
an
murderers. We do
accident.
not know for a case. That's like saying that
So
everyone
what's
that
the
takes-
difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote
Because-
and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood?
Intent. You decided that the child was gonna die. You decided that baby was not gonna live. Intent. It's an accident. It's called intent.
And killing the fetus in her womb?
Well, so you're asking two separate things. If they knew for certain, to be more clear, that I have a fertilized egg and I'm going to take a drug to prevent that fertilized egg from attaching to their uterine wall, then yes, that is an act of killing or murder, of course.
Okay, so
But-
do you
but
think
you
all
do-
murderers should go to jail?
Do I think all
You see what is he's doing the setup, right? He's doing the setup. Say, okay, murder is a crime. All murderers should go to jail. So in the case of IUDs, if the baby gets murdered, the mother should go to jail. You're stupid. It's an accident. There's a clear distinction. Now, somebody that's doing a driving DUI, right? He knows he's drunk. He decided to get the wheel. He hit somebody. He killed somebody. You will say, oh, that's an accident. However, he had a choice to decide not to drive that car. There was a law that says if you are drunk, do not drive the car. That is different from somebody that has the intention to get in a car and hit somebody. So I don't care how you flip this. An IUD killing a baby is not equivalent to a woman deciding to commit an abortion.
murderers should go to
you'll
jail.
never
I mean, on third degree murder. However, no, I don't think women that got abortions or had IUDs should go to jail, because I think that they have been deceived by mass culture and mass propaganda. Secondly, the people who should go to jail are the abortionists, who are the ones that have been putting the abortion pill, the ones that have been doing procedures, the ones that have been going into the third trimester and breaking babies' backs and inserting them with syringes while the babies are crying and suffocating, being born alive, and then being dead on the operating table.
Okay.
That is who should go to jail.
Oh,
That was actually the best point somebody made.
we'll have to talk
I
about
know.
it.
Okay, whenever I'm talking about this discussion, I always go to the question of what about in the case of the mother when her life is in danger? Because I'm a big believer. I don't know. I'm still iffy on if I think it's or if it's murder or not. But even so, I mean, I don't want to say murder is justified. Guys, wait, let me just get this one point and then you can vote me out. Give me 1 second. Say the mother gets pregnant and she knows that if she gives birth, she's going to die. She has some kind of health complication. Then what do you do in that
Cesarean
case?
section.
Yeah, that's an easy answer. It's called cesarean section. Premature born, yeah, it happens all the time. 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, yeah, the baby gets taken out through a C-section. Put in there's a type of device that keeps the baby till the baby gets to term, basically outside of the womb. Yeah, it happens all the time. I have friends that were premature born. Yeah,
I don't know what that means.
It's a C-section. They
Oh,
do
cesarean
an
section.
insert.
Guys, wait.
this is why college. So when he said cesarean section, she didn't even know. So these kids, and you're in college. Oh my God. Ay, ay, ay.
Hold on, just give me 1 second.
They go right below
America is in trouble.
the belly button, and they deliver the baby, and after she doesn't have to give birth. It's technically birth, but it's much safer. So that's actually safer than an abortion procedure. Sorry, Lily. Hello, how are you?
Hi,
What's your name?
Deedon.
Nice to
meet you. I would say with abortion, I think it's very complicated, but I think the issue that I have primarily with your stance of being pro-life, that there's no nuance. There's women who are being forced to travel hundreds of miles to access abortion care, even in cases of rape in certain states that they're not giving any sort of allowance for that. And I think, a lot of people who are pro-life.
I don't know if I called this out already, the prelude to this conversation. The stance. Let me put it like this. Currently in 2024, today is um September 25th, 2024. Today in the United States of America, abortion at the federal level is illegal. Yes, but that doesn't mean that you can have an abortion in America. What that means is every state, because America, the way that America is set up is a bottom up, so the power comes from the people, not from up. So the federal government doesn't really tell everybody to do. States come together and decide what they want for everybody. Roe v. Wade was the law that basically allowed abortion to be legal federally. It got reversed. Now in America, every state decides. So there are some states in which it's legal to have an abortion. There are some states in which it's illegal to have an abortion. That is it. So the idea that there is a ban that you cannot have an abortion in America is wrong. But the reality is that depending on what state you find yourself in, you may or may not have that option. So you may need to travel somewhere. That's just reality. That's just real life. And that's not somebody systemically coming trying to oppress people that are trying to have abortions. But it's fair to say that the United States as a country wants to make it harder for people to get an abortion because they want more babies alive versus dead babies. That makes perfect sense. That's just what's going on right now.
They say that they're pro-life, but I feel like they're really pro-birth because with firearms, the United States has some of the highest firearm deaths out of OECD nations, right? And we can acknowledge that that's for children who are actually living and breathing. So I feel like abortion, while yeah, it is, I can definitely see your point. I just think that it should be allowed in some circumstances.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I'm happy to get into.
And this young man is right. It should be allowed in certain circumstances. That's why I said the three exceptions: life of the mother, rape, and incest. In those three scenarios, and life of the mother encompasses women that have difficulties with pregnancy, women that have pregnancy that are a risk to them, and in case there are some cases where even the baby is at risk of either develop severe developmental disability issues and so on and so forth. So that kind of covers that umbrella covers that, and they have the cases of rape and incest, which in my view, if there's an abortion, the perpetrator of those acts need to be charged with that crime because they are the root cause of the crime. If they didn't rape the woman, if they didn't commit the incest on that woman, she wouldn't be having to deal with that. So that's my take on it. It's probably a stretch from a legal standpoint to charge them with that crime, but that's my personal belief, right? So if you rape a woman, if you commit incest on a child, and then there's an abortion, buddy, your ass going to jail for murder.
to the gun violence stuff later, but I want to really stay focused on abortion.
Right.
You can say you see my point. Can you see the world also where, since we know it's a human life, that it should be illegal since we don't allow murder in our society?
Well, that's where I have an issue, because abortion is not being done willy-nilly. It's like the life of the mother is always.
How many abortions do
See, this is, and the reason why these kids think that is because they listen to MSM, and then they are in a place where that's all they listen to. That's the same train of thought that they keep listening to. So they have been in shit for such a long time that they don't even realize how full of shit they are. Because if you stay in a funky, pungent place long enough, at some point you quit smelling the mess. You just don't smell it. You just, that's all you live. That's what you live. That's what you breathe. That's what you eat. And so that's all you consume. And so that's what comes out of you. That's bullshit, son. No. As the numbers are ridiculous. And it's arguably one of the biggest cause of death in America, bar a very few popular diseases.
you think we have every day in America? Just guess.
I'm not sure.
Guess.
I'm honestly not sure. Maybe, I don't know, 1,000?
4,000 a day. So
4,000.
it is.
If you have a country where there's 4,000 abortions a day, just imagine. Do you really think it's not willy-nilly? Oh yes, it's willy-nilly. It's willy-nilly. People need to start using contraception. People need to start practicing abstinence, or at least practicing protected sex, versus just doing it anyhow and then getting pregnant and then just terminating life. Getting pregnant and terminating life. That's not okay. You can avoid getting pregnant. There are way too many options nowadays for you to get pregnant. And they say, oh, I'm not ready for this. I have to go to school. No. You should have thought of that before you got pregnant.
Kind of willy-nilly. We have 1.6.
And that is true. By the way, before you come on me, I have all sisters, and none of my sisters have ever had to do this, because this is common sense, right? So you don't get pregnant if you don't want to have a baby. And there are many options out there. I'm not going to start listing them, but you probably know them better than I do. So for a woman in this day and age to get pregnant and act as though, oh, shit, it's an accident, now I'm going to have to kill this baby. That is just sheer nonchalance, and that's almost evil in some sense. Like, what? That's not okay. You cannot do that and just expect people to just be okay with it. Like, that is ridiculous. And when you really get familiar with what it means to abort a baby, especially when it's over 20, 13, 17, 18, 20, 25 weeks old, that's like a fully formed baby. They basically cut the baby up like with pliers, just yank it out. Like, that's horrible. That's murder.
Sorry. Hello.
Hi. I just want to clarify, the thing that you're aiming for is less abortion, right? That would be what you would want, or at least no abortion.
Eventually, it's also a protection of those that can't protect themselves. But yes, and that's why after the reversal of Roe versus Wade, we saw abortions go down dramatically in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi. We saw thousands of babies that are now alive and well that are able.
She's about to say no, it didn't go down, because she listens to the MSM.
To have amazing lives thanks to the reversal of Roe versus Wade.
I don't think a lot of that is true.
Well, it is, but
it's not true, because when you make abortion illegal, it doesn't actually.
She's gonna. Oh, okay. I see where she's going with this. So she's gonna say, you making abortion illegal makes it to where it becomes like a black market thing, where people are gonna do it illegally, and it's gonna hurt more. Like, more women are gonna die. Watch this.
Decrease the amount of abortions
that's a nice
that happen.
talking point. In Texas, the numbers show differently. The birth rate has gone up.
Yeah, legal goes down, but illegal abortions still happen. Abortions still happen outside of whatever data you're showing.
That's not true, but let's just say so. Well, if you
40?
if you want to, well, first of all, if you count the abortion pill, you're right, but that's a separate thing than a chemical abortion and surgical abortion are different things. And I'm not debating you. I'm debating her. So if you want to do the flags and come back in, try and be faster next time. So let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, we should try to limit unjust suffering of human beings, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's my position, is that there's unjust suffering of anywhere between 1.4 to 1.6 million abortions a year of human beings that are being massacred in the womb. And so that's not a woman's rights issue. That's not a men's rights issue. That's just a human rights issue.
Okay, the best way to decrease abortions happening is proper sex education. Limiting abortion and making abortion illegal does not actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
So what is your evidence of that?
What is my evidence of that?
Because we have increased sex education the last 30 years.
Our sex education is so bad in America.
Well,
Actually, I agree. It's bad because they are not that is not sex education. That's just sexualizing children. What they call sex education or health education in America is actually propaganda to sexualize kids at a very young age to actually cause the very problem she's trying to claim that they want to solve. Man,
by bad, what do you mean by that? We have more access to birth control for young kids. We have more kids that are learning to use birth control at a younger age. We have more of that in our public school system, and
my argument is that this sex education that they're talking about and this health education that they're talking about is actually sexualizing children versus teaching children how to I don't know, manage their sex life, I guess. Because when I was growing up, there was no sex ed. There was none of that stuff. And none of us had sex as early as these kids do nowadays. 10, 11, 8, 9, 10, 11 kids having sex. That's insane. That's insane. In my generation, people turn 20 before they even had their first time. 18, 19, 17 maybe. Like, this is insane. Kids nowadays are 14, 13. What? Now, I'm not saying that back in my days kids didn't do that, but that was that was so rare. Like, people knew and people talked about it. Like, that was so rare. That wasn't like the default. You in my day being 12, 13, and 14 having sex was weird, was crazy. You were looked upon as something is wrong with you. Now, and we need to bring shame back, by the way, talking about safe spaces. We need to shame kids that do this stuff early. It's not okay. No. And this whole idea of sex education, in my opinion, is actually sexualizing kids. I don't trust it. I do not trust it. I don't trust a random stranger to teach my kids about sex. No, I don't care if you. No, I do not. I do not. I do not. I do not.
We've seen all the trends actually go in a negative direction. So, in fact, we see that the more sex education there is, the more disturbing those trends are. So you say that. Let me ask just.
Exactly. See, I didn't even know he was going to say that. That is I agree with Charlie on this. Like that, it's weird because the more you have sex education, the more the worse the problem gets. And I really think the sex education is having the opposite effect. It's sexualizing kids too early.
Just one more thing. You say that if we make abortion illegal, people will still do it. Should we then just make gang violence legal because?
No, I'm saying if you actually wanted to decrease the amount of abortions that happen, you wouldn't be advocating for to make abortion illegal. You'd be advocating for all of these other things.
Does that logic apply to stealing, looting, kidnapping, arson, and murder?
Well, actually, it does because those are results of different societal.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay. I see. She's a bot. That's the problem. Agent Smith. She's an Agent Smith. That's the problem. My ears are hurting already. But you know what? This is what it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have dialogue. Even when people just pure nonsense and stupidity, you just have to sit down and listen and then be patient enough like Charlie to actually educate them.
Issues that you should be educating yourself on rather than making it illegal on the front.
Should we make kidnapping, arson, burglary, murder legal because they're symptoms of something else?
We should be helping society heal from those things.
You got to answer the question. We want less of those things. Should we just make them legal and we'll get less looting?
Actually, I'm gonna let someone else.
That's exactly it. So when they disagree with you and you break their brain with common sense, they're like, well, this makes sense, but it doesn't align with my ideology, so I'm just gonna ignore or dismiss it. That's what's happening right now. Her brain just broke. She has no comeback. She's like, well, the rationale actually makes sense, but then it completely debunks my ideology and my logic. However, I really, really like my logic, so I'm going to stick to it. I'm just going to ignore what you just said.
Thank you very much.
Throwing the dog.
Hi, Parker. Nice to meet you. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Charlie.
Big TikTok guy here.
So, pedophiles, people who were married to children in the past and normalized in that society, should they go to prison?
Should pedophiles
Like,
go
if
to
you could go
prison?
back in time, would you put those pedophiles in prison that married those children because it was normalized? They were deceived into thinking it's okay. Would you put them in prison?
You got to slow down.
Sorry.
Pedophiles should get the death penalty.
No, so you'd go back in the past, you'd give them the death penalty, even though they were deceived into thinking it was okay. But you said people who get abortions who are women shouldn't go to prison.
But it's not currently illegal.
Okay, regardless.
Pedophilia
At that time, it wasn't.
No, I would not go back and retroactively enforce laws where things were currently not illegal.
You wouldn't put pedophiles in prison in the past.
Hold on a second. When was it illegal? When was it legal in America?
Well, child marriage was legal in America throughout the early 1900s, and especially throughout most of society for thousands of years, especially in the Old Testament and in the Bible. Right?
Well, hold on a second. So where is the Levitical law that allows you to marry a child?
Oh, yeah.
Can you name the verse?
Well, I can't name the verse, but the particular conditions that are listed in the Bible are that you have to be physical maturity and emotional maturity, which is extremely vague and throughout society has been seen to be met at puberty.
There is not a verse, but let's kind of go
Okay,
back.
so when is the age of consent
abortion.
under your view?
Let's go back to, well, generally agreed upon it's 18 years old. But let me ask you
Well, the first question he asked, would you go back and condemn pedophiles from the past? That's an easy answer for me, yes. Duh. Why? Why not? But again, you have to condemn them under the law of under some type of jurisdiction. If in the past there was no law to condemn them, well, you can't condemn them. But my opinion is those people shouldn't be allowed to roam society free. That's just where I'm at. What? Now he's saying that at what age of consent that what marriage the kids in the Bible. So I don't know what he's saying, but he's speaking too fast.
But you, because you don't go based on what's generally agreed. You go based on the Bible.
I say 18 years old, but let me ask you a question.
Where's that in the Bible?
When does life begin?
Conception.
Like conception, great. So good. So should we protect all life at conception?
I care about sentient life, not
Sentient.
cellular
So
life.
when do brainwaves start?
Do you think brain dead people should be able to?
So he consents that life begins at conception, but then he says it depends on the kind of, well, let's specifically say human life, but you can still kill the baby even though it's alive.
Pull the plug on, like a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in the family that's brain dead?
You got to answer the question. When do brainwaves start?
You can see brainwaves around 6 to 8 weeks, which in
I
brain
agree
dead
with that.
individual, there are brainwaves as well. So the brainwaves necessary to produce a subjective experience
So
are
don't-
met until around
can you
18
see it
through
from
26
my
weeks in the
Can you
womb.
see it from my perspective that at 6 to 8 weeks, those brainwaves will actually increase, not decrease, if allowed the process of development to continue?
Did you know those same EEG scans exist in brain dead people that you don't think are
no,
sentient?
but the difference with the brain dead people
By the way, they are sentient. Just because they're brain dead doesn't mean they're not sentient.
is that the likelihood of those brainwaves actually increasing is very low. At 6 to 8
And that's only a logical argument that Charlie is making, that in brain dead people, their brain waves actually tend to decrease over time, which means that they are dying versus coming to life. In babies, it's the opposite. They are coming to life versus dying. And that rationale actually holds a lot of weight. It holds water. But even better than that, it doesn't matter. If somebody's brain dead, you don't just pull the plug. I mean, the family and the individuals that love that person could make that call. Oh, wait, I guess that's where he's going. He's like, okay, well, the mother, can pull the plug. But then Charlie's argument will have to kick in because that baby's brainwaves are gonna go up, not down. So,
weeks, when by 15 weeks they can hear the
It's
mom's
impossible.
voice.
It's irreversible sensation. That's what brain death is. I
Hold on,
apparently didn't know that.
But no,
it's not coma.
But you're doing a red herring. Go back to
No, it's not. What's a red herring?
A red herring is where you avoid the topic and you say something that is adjacent or symmetrical to what I'm saying, but not actually what I'm saying.
You mean a reductio ad absurdum? That's not a red herring.
A 6 to 8 week baby, if they're allowed to continue to develop, what ends up happening?
At a certain point, it will become a sentient being in the
Got
future.
it.
The
So
same way
that-
that if I keep engaging.
No. They become not a sentient being. They don't become a sentient being at some point in the future. They become an independent being that can live on their own. They are already sentient. That is the flaw in your logic, young man.
In sex with my girlfriend, there'll be a baby in the future. Yet I don't care about the
unless
sperm.
you're infertile, which we don't know. But
Oh, I'm
so
not.
let's see the process of development, right? Why
Do you wanna answer my question yet?
Why do you have the ability or the
Should,
right?
should those child P3Os go to prison?
The process of
Should the
development
pedophiles go to prison?
from 1904. How many pedophiles
From
are alive
behind.
from 1904?
They're not alive, right? I meant like if you can go back in the past,
Okay, that's just-
hypothetically speaking, and you could put them in prison. Would you put them in prison?
I would have killed them myself if I was alive.
Yes.
Okay, so
But
then you don't apply
but-
it based upon what people are deceived to believe.
but
You apply it
yes,
based
I
upon
do.
what you consider to be
That-
moral.
it's a
So the
separate
women who had
issue.
abortions, you think they should go to prison.
No,
so why
no,
should
What kind of logic is that? This kid, he just talks fast but doesn't make a lot of sense. Who told you that women that commit abortion or that experience abortion should go to prison. Nobody ever said that. Nobody in their right mind will support that rationale. No, no. I don't think that's something that we should be doing. But I digress.
Women who get abortions go to prison, but someone like my mom who told me that Santa Claus exists shouldn't go to prison because they're both sent.
This is not going to be a constructive debate if you keep on talking over me.
Well, I was finishing my statement. You were talking over me. But go for it.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Do you think it would be a good thing if we had less abortions in America?
It depends on the context. Like,
see, this is why I say, ay. America is positive. There's a spirit. There's an evil spirit that has taken over this people, the minds of people in this country, to where something that is so obviously wrong, people somehow, some way find arguments to justify it. Something that is so obviously and compelling is just wrong. It would be a good thing if there was less abortion. How could you not see that? Unless you hate life or you just want more people dead. What is wrong with having less abortion? Okay, I could say, okay, having more abortion is wrong because you have less life, less human life that flourishes. Having less abortion is right because you have more human life that flourishes. That's that simple. But this case says it depends on what?
Are the abortions prior to sentience?
Yes,
because I think
all abortions.
No, it would not be necessarily better unless it is the case
abortion?
that the people didn't want the abortions and it would be negatively impactful to their health, medically speaking.
Are you against late?
Negative to the head. So you only factor. That means these people only see the life. So he's at least is consistent. He definitely believes that life is the life of the mother is sentient, but some way somehow the life of the baby is not, which blows my mind. How the hell do you even come up to that conclusion? That's crazy. And they have all kinds of gymnastics that they do to justify killing babies.
Women
abortion
after sentience, yes.
Okay, so you believe in an 8-week abortion ban?
Yeah. No, I don't. Sorry, I believe in an abortion ban after 18 through 26 weeks.
Okay, that's a more reasonable position. I have to give you credit for that.
Okay, he believes in an abortion ban after 18 to 26 weeks. So he believes that from the moment of conception up to 18 weeks, you should be able to have an abortion. I disagree. You should not be able to have an abortion at will unless the 3 exceptions apply, and that is only on a case-by-case basis, meaning that it's hard because practically speaking, so you find out you get pregnant. Well, it's easy for the cases of incest and rape. It's easy if you can prove that you were raped and someone committed incest. Yeah, that one's pretty straightforward because you should tell somebody if you ever get raped by a stranger, or even if you have incestual relationship with someone in your household, you should report that shit. And then if your pregnancy, as soon as you find out you're pregnant, go see the doctor. If they find out something is wrong, either your health or the health of the baby, early decision can be made. That's just the only scenario in which you can rationalize abortion. Otherwise, I don't get it. Like I just don't get it. Like why? Like why?
It's similar to Trump's 15 weeks.
Yeah. So why do you think that most people don't share your view on that?
Well, people just don't really know what sentience is. There's not a lot of conversation about abortion, and these conversations are very difficult.
So his line between fetal life and sentient life is and viable life is sentient. So somehow in the spine, he's created this dichotomy that until you hit 18 weeks of pregnancy, the baby is not sentient. I don't know how you come to how you measure sentience. I don't know how you do it, but in my world, sentience by definition is attributed to, when it comes to human life, to a life period. It doesn't matter if that life is 1 second old or 100 years old, it's sentient.
Like they're conceptually hard to go through, and I understand why a lot of people don't understand
for sure.
their positions on it.
So
But I think people
you
have
are where most
you're cutting me off.
Americans
I thought we weren't cutting people off.
I was actually complimenting you. How are you? Nice to see you.
So I just have one question. There's in any case, you don't think there's any case where abortion should be legal?
There's a very, very rare couple cases.
Okay, so you do think
hold
that
on
a couple
second.
cases
Hold
it
on.
is legal?
If cesarean section is not going to save the mother's life, and the mother's life is actually at risk, which is debated amongst growing numbers of OBGYNs, that is the only case where abortion should be allowed. But people say it is a growing consensus in the pro-life world that abortion is never medically necessary.
Okay. So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, and she was going to give birth, and she would and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane.
You know what happens usually when you get to the debate of abortion? Cases like this represent a minuscule population of the actual abortion cases in America, but they use these unique examples or very rare examples of abortion to justify why the law needs to allow abortions forever, while ignoring the fact that majority of abortions are not medically necessary. Majority of abortions are just, whoopsie, I didn't use protection, or I had intercourse, unprotected intercourse, and now I'm pregnant, but I don't want to have the baby. That is majority of abortions, and that is the problem. People need to zip their pants and close their legs. That is the truth. That's just the raw, unfiltered, unadulterated truth. And people need to zip their pants and close their legs. That is the truth. That's why you have so much abortion. And ask me why are so many kids having intercourse so early? Sex ed. People are claiming that they need to teach kids about, sex and stuff. I think that's just sexualizing kids. Because the content I've been able to see so far, I haven't seen a lot, but it's basically sexualizing kids, making them interested, wanting to explore sex, and too early. Too early, and that's a problem.
Let me tell you why. No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. There's 2 ultrasounds I have. One is a baby conceived in one is a baby conceived by a loving couple. Which one is which?
Your daughter was probably hopefully conceived by a somewhat loving couple.
Which person here was conceived by? Tell me which one was conceived by.
You don't know.
Exactly, because it's all human rights and it's all human beings.
But that doesn't matter.
It matters. It's about the life of the baby. See, it always comes down to that. They always say it's about the life of the mom. No, it's not just about the life of the mom. It's about the life of the baby. In this whole conversation, people that are pro abortion just talk about it from the mom's life perspective. They never talk about it, almost never talk about it from the life of the baby's perspective. Put yourself in the shoes of that baby. You are 1 week old, you are 2 weeks old, you are 3 weeks old. Would you want to get aborted? Would you? No, you wouldn't. Unless it's force majeure, like a health type of situation, medical necessity. Outside of that, really, I mean, shit.
Your daughter who has to give birth to it and is going to be tortured by that for the rest of her life. That's going to take away every freedom she's ever going to have. That's going to ruin her life. She's going to grow up and she's going to be attached to another thing.
The point is how you were conceived is irrelevant to what human rights you get. Hold on 1 second. If a person conceived in walks down the side of the street, it's not like they don't get First Amendment rights or Second Amendment rights.
It's not about that person.
The worst thing to do to the daughter is to then say, hey, we're going to go murder the being inside of you.
They wouldn't even know. Like, listen.
They wouldn't know?
Listen.
But wouldn't it be a better story to say something evil happened and we do something good in the face of evil instead of saying we're going to do evil and then murder the being because we're going to pander to the evil? No. What makes the West great is that we do good after evil, not evil after evil.
It's not about the being in the cells.
No,
it's not about. No. I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. No, 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 I'm speaking.
Want to say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Got it.
Thank you. So it's not. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the person. No, I'm talking about the person who is dealing with the pregnancy. I am not talking about the cells. I don't care. No, listen. The fetus, the whatever. I don't care about that right now until it is formed. If there is a 5-year-old child who is pregnant and the baby is 2 weeks in utero, actually they have given birth. There is one recorded case of a 5-year-old girl who gave birth.
Is that common?
Yes, it's common 5-year-olds get sometimes, and it's, if they get pregnant, I think they should be able to have medical access to something that could save not only just their life, but like their livelihood.
How many, I'm curious,
I hope your daughter lives a very happy life and gets away from you.
Okay, so that is really nasty. And so her belief system just.
Yeah, that was bad. She shouldn't have said that. That's what happens when you can win an argument. You go to ad hominem attacks, and they are clapping. Did you notice that this whole conversation, nobody clapped whenever Charlie was banging her with facts and logic, and then she says that, and they all clapped. Wow, wow, they all clapped.
So we're clear, is that
they all clapped. Jesus crazy, man. I can't. That's why. See, this is why I say, as much as I like to help these kids out, I can't take the disrespect, man. That's way out of line. And if she had said that to me, well, I ain't gotta say it. You already know exactly what's gonna happen.
Yeah, no, I got it. It's fine. I mean, it's insanely nasty, and we'll talk again. My next claim is that college is a scam.
They are all gonna prove his point. I bet you they will.
Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
I'm Maddox. How are you
Nice to
doing?
meet you. Good.
So, college is a scam.
Well, let's define our terms. College being traditional four-year college.
Of course.
University, not community college or technical college.
Of course.
A scam, if we can agree on a definition, is where a majority of people who will go through the institution or business, they're not getting their money's worth, their time's worth, and they're being deceived when they sign up. So do we agree on those terms?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Well, what would further definitions, what do you think is the purpose of going to college?
The purpose of college should be a traditional liberal arts education, the pursuit of what is good, true, and beautiful.
Okay.
That's not what it is. It should be the betterment of yourself and your soul, nurturing your character and becoming a better citizen, understanding the deeper things in life. At the very least, though, it should be preparing one for the job market. Do you think college does those things?
I think it does, but I would add on to your point that I think not only is it for the betterment of yourself, but it's for the betterment of society. We need historians. We need certain majors that may not make as much money. I think those are for the betterment of society. Would you agree that there's some majors that may not make money, but are still essential to society?
It depends. Do you think that getting a degree in gender studies is good for society?
I would agree, yeah. Why would study?
See her flinching her head. She was like, "What? That's what I do." No, it's very useless for society. It's very useless. Africa was the first civilization. There was no gender studies. Africa is arguably the probably see the whole West now has become less civilized because civilization has nothing to do with infrastructure, even though you can say infrastructure is reflective or is a reflection of the level of civilization of a society. But when it comes to cultural norms, when it comes to le vivre ensemble, like we say in Cameroon, living together, America is probably worse than anything I've ever seen. People don't talk to each other. People, there's no cohabitation. Everybody, the society is too individualistic, and this supports and not on top of that. On top of that, you have kids that are learning ideologies that divide the country even more. Like what? This is insane. This makes no sense. This there's no point to this, and this only makes our society worse.
Studying gender not be good for society?
Well, learning that men can give birth is not exactly a good use of time, is it?
Is that what they're teaching in college right
A lot
now?
of colleges, yeah. According to the Center for Disease Control, they no longer say women can give birth. They say birthing persons.
Okay.
Do you think men can give birth?
Do I think men can give birth? I think that
The answer is no. Men cannot give birth.
Yes or no question?
I think that
No.
a person who is assigned male.
They start throwing out word salads. They can't answer a simple question. If you ask them what is a woman, if the best case they're gonna do is throw out a word, a whole paragraph to define what a woman is. No, a woman is a human person with a female reproductive system. Vulva, I'm not gonna throw out the words there, but she has a female reproductive system. She has a female anatomy. I don't know if that translates to XX or XY. I think it's XY, maybe. You get the point. There's two. And another, I want to lay on top of that this idea of gender, and I'm gonna piggyback from Jordan B. Peterson. I think gender is tied to sex, but the way these people are trying to use the word, so they play with words. That's what they do. Words are very powerful. They play with words. They say no, gender is what did they say? It's a performance. It's like your gender is a role. It's just a role. It has nothing to do with your sex. But that is not true. Gender, in my view, I share the view of Dr. Jordan B. Peterson on this. Gender is actually more of a character trait than anything else. It's not a role. It's like temperament. That's what gender is. It's like mannerisms. You can again, that temperament definitely drives the way you act, the way you behave in society, but the way you behave is a result of your gender. That is not your gender, if that makes sense. So gender actually drives your performance. Your gender is not your performance. So they make that mistake and say no, even if you have an assigned sex at birth, if you perform like a woman, then you're a woman. If you perform like a man, then you're a man. No, that's not true. That's bullshit. Gender is more of temperament, it's more of character, and that is very grounded in your sex. Male people that have the male reproductive system have tend to behave a certain way. People that have female reproductive system tend to behave a certain way, but that doesn't mean that you don't have tomboys or you don't have um, guys that act like men. Growing up, I remember at least one character in secondary school. The guy was a total gay. Like he was doing he was acting like a woman, but he was a man. He had beard on his chin. He was clearly a boy, but he acted like a woman. And I also remember at the same time there were a lot of tomboys, women, with female female physical features, but that acted like guys. That's what it is. So you just have certain people that actually have that tendency, but that doesn't change the fact that their gender is still tied to their sex. They may have uh, tendencies to act a certain way, but that doesn't mean that's what your gender is. Your gender is very much grounded in your sex, not assigned the sex that you're born with.
At birth, I don't think they can
Assign
give birth.
male at birth, so people are not male at birth?
I think
People
that
are
person,
male.
Your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
college is a scam.
You're lacking in a lot
Well,
of
here
wisdom.
we can continue right now. So, gender studies. Do you think that studying gender is not essential? Should we not deepen our
Well, first of
understanding
all,
of
I don't
gender?
think
I'm
gender.
confused.
We're going to get there later. I don't think gender exists. I
Okay.
think that there are two sexes, infinite personalities, and no genders. However, let's get back to the core contention.
Well, can I ask my question
Scam.
again, real quick?
Well,
why do you think?
I'm going to get back to my core contention. A scam. So the majority of kids that go to college, if they end up getting a job at all, they end up getting a job that does not require a college degree.
Do you think that certain jobs
True.
that may not associate with a direct major can incorporate skills that you learn from a major? I think I'm an econ major, and depending on what job I do in the future, I can still use the skills learned from
So
that.
tell me about Milton Friedman.
Tell me about Milton Friedman. He is an economist from
How about Thomas Sowell?
Thomas Sowell.
Ludwig von Mises.
Ludwig. Well, I will say that I'm a first year.
How about
I'd love to see you answer the gender studies question.
we will get there later. That's what psychedelics are for. Who's next?
Well, I think it's difficult to think about just one major, thinking about just gender studies. Like, sure, like not everyone should be a gender studies major. We need doctors, we need lawyers, we need everything. However, why does it matter if 10 people want to be a gender studies major and it matters to them? Like, not everyone can be a lawyer, not everyone can be a doctor. There needs to be some people, and you know what? Yeah, it sucks that some people do go to college and get a degree and then they end up not in a workforce for that. But I don't think that has to do with like college was a scam. It's more like maybe that just wasn't the path for them, or that life choice was just too hard to get for them. But some people are able to go to college and get a degree and use it, and that is super important, because imagine if no doctors went to college, they're just like, I think I can do it.
Well, of course,
like,
doctors and lawyers need credentialing, right? But
So college.
Well, less than 5% of all people that go to college end up studying medicine or in legal. The vast majority go into soft social sciences, communications, or the humanities. So you're in college, or have been, is that correct?
Yeah.
Are you forced to take classes that you think are a waste of time?
Yeah, I'm for,
Okay,
you know what?
Hold on. So they're taking your money and they're forcing you that they're a waste of time. That's kind of scammy, right?
Oh, I think that some classes,
Ooh, some. So you have to probably go in debt, right?
depends.
Okay. Are you
On
going?
what college you go
into?
to
Are you
and-
going into debt?
The thing is, this is what did they call it? I was having a conversation with who? What did he say? That sometimes, okay, this is very analogous to what used to happen. I think no, this is from a comedy skit that back in the day, the house Negroes used to defend their master more than their master would defend themselves. When they talk about master, they say, Master, when your master is hungry, they say, Master, we are hungry. When your master wants to go out, they say, Master, we want to go out. Like they identify with them more than they identify with themselves. And in this scenario, this young lady is defending college. She's probably coming at it in good faith, thinking that no, you know what, education. And by the way, education was the key to my flourishing in life. If I didn't have an education, I would have never made it to the United States. I would have never made it here. Let's get that out of the way. That while that is true, it is also true that I am in a career field that technically speaking has nothing to do with what I learned in school. I was a mechanical engineering major. I'm an engineer by training. And you can argue that, if you're tough enough to do engineering, you could basically do everything. Most engineers agree. But to Charlie's point, if you want to look at the value proposition of college, that it's supposed to train you in a skill that you're supposed to use outside, college should give you the options that are most viable. They shouldn't just create courses out of thin air and make you pay all this money, sit in all these classes, give you a piece of paper for something that has no purpose outside of college. Maybe that's why they created all these DEI things in at the level of the corporations. That way corporations can start absorbing all these people that graduated with these useless degrees. Now that I'm thinking about it, it kind of makes sense. They had to create DEI. They had to create these positions. They had to create the need because they were graduating all these individuals that are doing all these racism, this CRT, these gender studies, all these all these things that they are doing that are basically useless. They had to find them something to do, and for that to happen, they needed to go to the corporations and create space for them. That's what it is. Okay.
No.
Okay, well, that's good.
I picked a school that actually offered me a scholarship.
Oh,
and
so
I
someone
picked a
else is
school
paying
that
for your
was good.
college.
Oh, I don't know.
Well,
Depends on me. I mean, that's
no, I'm
just a
sorry.
school
That's,
that
it's
wanted
fine.
to give me an opportunity. But that's not what we're talking about.
Well,
We're
it is.
talking
No, we're
about
talking about the scam element, right? So you said
Right.
that there are some classes that if students had to go into debt or had to pay for,
Right.
would not be a good use of their time. So it's not representing students well.
Well, do you think like high school is a scam then? Because I had to pay for high
well-
school, but I'm not going to use AP US history in my psychology degree ever.
Well, I think AP US history is actually a really good use of time, knowing about your country and your history. And
Well, but I'm not going to use
Jefferson,
that
Madison.
in my career. That's
Well,
what we're
you
talking
use it
about in the
your-
career
in your
path
life.
for
Well,
college.
let's go.
And there's two things here that I think both of them might be conflicting. So when they say when you go to school and learn, I happen to be one of those students that actually wanted to learn to know, not learn to pass. Why I couldn't really tell you. I just love to understand how shit works. That was just me. But I think the two things that they are conflicting right now is the utility of a degree as a function of getting a job versus the utility of the knowledge gathered as attested by that degree as a function to function in society. So what I mean is that when you go to college, you learn stuff not just because you want to get a degree in order to qualify for a job, but you learn stuff because in order to operate in society, in human society, you need to understand certain things. You need to understand history, you need to understand language, you need to understand culture, you need to understand how to read, how to write, how to communicate in order to function in human society, right? So you need that. So there is value in that bar, uh, regardless of everything else. So on balance, just going to school and learning these basic skills like counting, talking, communicating, writing, debating, analyzing, thinking through complex situations is actually valuable. But I think the true contention of Charlie here is that majority of these gender studies and all these courses and all these degrees that these kids are getting doesn't really add value, or there's no true need. Society doesn't really need that. which goes back to the point I was making. Society doesn't need that, so they had to go to the corporations to create a need for all of these people that are graduating, because outside of that, they just wouldn't have no jobs. There's no need for them. I don't need a DEI consultant. I need a plumber. I need an electrician. I need an architect to design my house. We need engineers to build rockets that are going to space. We need engineers to build cars. We need technicians to do plumbing. We need seamstresses to sew dresses. You need technicians to put the tile. You need people to make your TV screens. You need people to make phones. You need people to drive sales. You need people to drive cars. Like, there's just things that society actually needs. And when you think about it, we don't really need genders experts in society. Like, why do we need that? We don't have that in Africa. And Africa as a society actually works 1,000 times better. People talk to each other. People have people interact. People are happier. But in America, it's just weird. What? Gender studies for what?
Go back to
Career
what I
path?
said, right? We said traditional college, right?
Okay.
Four-year college. And what a scam is, we're a majority of the
Right.
people that will go through the enterprise, the business, or the institution are not getting their time worth or their money worth. So therefore, I go back to my core contention,
Okay.
which is a majority of kids that exit college will not use their degree at all when they go to find a job.
But if you ask them, do you think college was a scam? I don't think majority of them are going to say yes. Some of them will. Some of them are
Well,
going to
not
be.
everyone who's being scammed actively knows they're being scammed. People
it's
still
not-
buy erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, he's right. So not everybody that has been scammed is gonna recognize it. For someone that have been scammed, yeah, usually you don't really see it in the middle of it, but more often than not, when it happens, you're like, oh my gosh, I just got scammed. And if you're not able to call that out for yourself, then maybe something's wrong with you. You're just in denial of reality, because yeah, buddy, you just got scammed.
Function drugs off the internet and they get
Okay,
scammed.
that's their own, like, personal choice, though.
Of course people have choices to be scammed. I'm not saying they don't have a choice. I'm making an observation analysis of the institution. For example, flying Spirit Airlines, kind of a scam.
Okay.
Should be shut down. There is some, yeah, you kind of agree. There are some things in life we have to take a step back and like, oh, the consumer is not
But
being well served.
you want to
And
shut down a bunch of majors
I'm not
in
shutting- I've
colleges
never
that
said
you
that.
think are scams?
No, I never said that.
So what would your proposal be to
There's-
fix the scam
There
of
is no-
college?
There is no proposal. I'm simply, the contention is college is a scam
So then what's the point of that statement?
to get you to agree.
But like, what would that do? Like, what do you want to fix in college
no,
that's going to help it not be a scam?
We can get to step interval 2 as long as you can agree that college is a scam.
No, because not for everyone. For me,
Well,
I'm
but a
using a
majority-
degree that's going to help me.
Of course, it's not for everyone, but there's a growing population of graduates that are just useless. There's no need for them in society. I mean, what do I need somebody that went to school and studied English for? Unless you're going to go to a country where nobody speaks English, or unless you're going to be teaching a whole bunch of people that do not know English, the English language, which you're in a country where we speak English. So nobody really needs to learn English language. I mean, not a whole lot of people. I mean, maybe corporations might need help with drafting, technical documents or formal communication for state enterprises, government entities. But that's such a small number to where majority of people that come out of university studying certain things it's just pointless. It's just like there has to be a product market fit. So there's no fit. But I like to separate that from the idea that just the idea of going through college, regardless of what you study, having that basic life skill to be able to function in society is good. But even this second issue is also a problem, because now college on top of all of that has ideology that pollutes the very value that it originally had of teaching people how to function in society. But if you go to a college, of course, you're going to learn math, science, communication, English, how to write, how to read. But you also have to bake into that an ideology that is actually corrosive for society. And so, God damn it, college is a scam.
Me help people make better.
What are you studying?
Psychology and criminal justice.
Okay. So, and it's being paid for by somebody else, which is fine. That's good. So, psychology and criminal justice. Do you absolutely need to get a degree to be able to get into this? You do?
Yeah, I mean, like, I could, I guess, study it all on my own, but it's just like makes more sense to go and have all these experience. I'm getting like wonderful experiences, internships all through my college.
So the
that's
only
helping
people that
me
get
go through it.
internships
No,
go to
it's
college?
just that this is a pathway that's really helping me.
So you know there's 11 million jobs open in the country right now that don't require a college degree. Do
Okay,
you
then
think-
the people
let me
who
ask you a
want those
question.
jobs can go get those jobs.
Do you
I'm not
think
one
we
of those
push
people.
too many kids into college?
No.
Okay, so the national graduation rate is 59%. If I ask the room, everyone would agree that they know some people that went to college that did not graduate,
Yeah.
right? So we're probably sending too many kids into this institution.
But if they might have been able to do it, then like, why is it not worth it to try and
Well,
to
because
push
you-
yourself to
And I see where Charlie is going here. Charlie basically is gonna make a market argument that somebody is driving or whoever is encouraging kids to go to school because these institutions are obviously making a lot of money off of these kids, but they are not fulfilling their promise to actually teach the skills, value skills, which makes sense because if you think about college as a business, you start a company, you're an entrepreneur, you start a business, you want to grow it, which means you want a larger customer base. So you have to develop new products. You go to R&D. So, oh, okay, let's say you are, I don't know, you're McDonald's. You develop different types of combos, different meals that we have more customers. That's basically what college has done. So if you think about college as a business, they've created more types of courses, more different types of products and services, which would be like gender studies, the philosophies, the English, the language, all the music, like all these other courses, to be able to have people come to college, pay to learn them. To college credit, that's a great business strategy, but for one problem, that you are basically selling a product to a customer that is not commensurate of the value that they are paying for. So you're making it pay for something that's gonna be useless. So that's effectively a scam.
get a better
They might-
education and
well,
go further
leading
in
with
your life?
Even worse, not only sometimes it's useless, sometimes it's actually damaging to you and to society. So it's a double strike on college.
That's a bad thing, right?
But some people are able to work through that, and it's like
Of course,
an
some people are.
opportunity thing.
But when,
It's
when
like
an institution is multi-trillion dollars in scale, involves 23 million of our citizens every 4 years, and is not actually bettering the country. For example, if college was so great, we would see incomes going up for Gen Z and millennials. We'd
And by the if you look at the number of people that are quote unquote educated in America or people that are in college, so if the more educated a society is, the better off the society is financially, socially, economically, and so on and so forth, then America should be at least 5 times better on all those matrices that I just called out. But if you actually compare the American population today, be the college or the post-college kids population with the previous generation, they're actually doing worst. They're doing worst. Why is that? And if you don't see that and question it, then you are either being disingenuous or you're just being naive or you're just ignoring the problem.
see more people able to own homes.
Okay.
Kids wouldn't.
Yeah, it's gotten worse. The proof is in the pudding. Before we go to the next, the proof is in the pudding because you have to. There's something in engineering that we did in our last year. It's called finite element analysis. And the greatest entrepreneur of our time, Elon Musk, alludes to this that, or even the Apple founder Steve Jobs alludes to this that the quality of your product is not determined by the engineers that designed it. It's actually determined by the finite effect or by the consumer. If a consumer grabs an iPhone and tells you this sucks, it doesn't matter if you had the best engineers in the world design it, then that product is not worth the value to the customer. So it doesn't matter how well thought of and designed you think your courses are or how much value you think college has. You have to look at the outcome. By their fruits you shall know them. You don't just tell me, oh, this is a great tree, this is a great tree. No, I want to taste the fruit. I want to taste the fruit. Don't tell me this is an apple tree when this is a lemon tree. Don't tell me this is a mango tree when this is a pear tree. By their fruits we shall know them. Even the Bible says it. So if the fruit is bad, the tree is bad. It's that simple. It's common sense to me.
I'm telling you. This is so ableist, what you're doing, by the way. I'm telling you, right? Hello, what's your name?
Alize.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so let me start by saying, well, first of all, you said we're sending too many kids to college. Who's sending them? Who's forcing them?
Guidance counselors, parents, community.
Are they forcing them? Are they signing them up themselves?
Hold on, forcing. I never said forcing, but you can have nudging and
Okay.
forcing are two different things. We also subsidize college through the federal government. So you guys get subsidized interest rates,
Right.
scholarships, and loans. So the taxpayer is nudging students and gently and sometimes forcefully pushing them into college. And you would agree it is an expectation if you grow up in a upper middle class home to go to college. You would agree with that. So there's a societal cultural push.
I didn't grow up in an upper middle class, so.
Okay, well, but would you see it from there? Would you see how that argument is correct?
I guess there might be a pressure, but no one's sending them. You're sending yourself.
Well, of course.
Well, we're all over the age of 18, right?
Right,
When you're in college, so you're sending yourself.
Right.
But that's besides the
But
point.
let's
That's
be
a different
honest.
point.
I mean, that's a silly argument. But yes, they're technically sending themselves. I was just at Arizona State University move-in. Everyone had their parents there. They were co-signing on loans. They were there helping pay for stuff. Parents, the ones that are still checking in. They're the ones that largely subsidize their lifestyle. Hey, mom, can you Venmo me $3,000 so that I can go out on an extra night? Yes, of course, when you're 18 years old, you're the one signing on the dotted line. But there's enormous pressure and nudging and cultural expectation that students go to college.
Right. Okay. I think the problem here is that it's up to the person. You can't just go to college and expect to come out with a degree. You have to put the work in. You have to put the work in. You have to make connections. And some people might think college is just 4 years of partying and drinking and making friends, whatever. But you have to actually put the work in. And if you put the work in, you make connections, and you can find a job right outside of college.
Well, no, not doubting that you can't find a job. It's just that 52% of them get a job that doesn't require them to get the degree.
But most jobs offer incentive pay if you have a degree. And
But then if
86%,
that's the case, then
86% of
if-
people
if-
with a
if
degree
that is
get
true-
paid more than people with
Well,
just a
hold
high
on.
school diploma.
That's only if you count the ones at the top 10% of income earners. So not if you count humanities, not if you count people that study in the social sciences. If you count medicine or you count law, that's absolutely correct. However, the vast majority of kids that go to college are not studying medicine, law, engineering, business, finance. They're studying communications, social sciences, or humanities, which are on the lower income ladder. So as I mentioned, we have 11 million job openings in this country right now that do not require a college degree. I'm guessing in this room that within 4 to 5 years, you guys would kill to be able to earn $80 to $100,000 a year, yes? Do you know that in states across the country and in cities, they're offering apprenticeships to become plumbers and welders, electricians? That doesn't require for your college
Right.
degree. Entrance salary.
You see how she reacted? This is why I say these kids don't understand. They don't understand. It's so bad that sometimes even when you come back with an engineering degree, you can't find a job. And they say plumber, she laughs. Plumbers make between 150 to 250,000 on average, especially if you are with the union. Well, depending on what state you are. Those jobs pay a lot. Blue collar jobs pay a lot. Most people don't realize it. I'm not a blue collar worker, but I know because there was a point in my life where I was trying to figure out, okay, do I go left or do I go right or do I go up or down? And I know how much money those people make. So she's laughing, and that is the type of chick that if you meet and tell her, hey, I'm a plumber, she'll look down on you. But she has no idea. These people live in a bubble. They live in a place where they think the world is just magical and things just happen. You just go to your app and you order your Uber. You just go to your app and you order your food. They don't understand that there's a whole infrastructure, there's a whole value chain that has been created, and there's value to be tapped if you just decide to snap out of the matrix and start looking at and be pragmatic about your life. It says plumbers, their apprenticeship, she's laughing. That is what actually made America. That is what I used to, back when I was still in high school, they used to look down on people that were going to technical school. So I was in Kaskumba, and right behind us were at GTC, Government Technical College. They used to, I used to be that guy that thought that, oh, I was doing sciences, I was doing math and physics. I thought I was smarter than those guys. But those guys actually were smarter because they are the ones that actually have the most useful skills. Yes, because if you break down society, you ask society, okay, what does society actually need to survive? You actually need to have, actually need people that have technical skills, people that can go harvest lumber, turn them into timber. You need people that can smelt metal, turn them into nails. You need people that can make tools. You need people that can make parts to build vehicles for transportation. You need logistics. Like you need people that can do stuff in the real world. That's where the money really is. And right now, there's a ridiculous shortage of those people, and most people just don't realize it. And she's out here laughing. She's probably doing gender studies, and she's gonna go work. Probably, hopefully, she does. She's gonna go work for one of these big corporations that has a DEI department. And when they call you DEI hire, you get offended. You are a DEI hire.
$80,000 a year.
But again, 86% of people with a bachelor's degree earn more
No, I've already
than
told you.
people with a high school
That's
diploma.
because you include people that do math, engineering, science, business, medicine. If you remove those people that are actually making money, you look at just the humanities. Oh yeah, they don't make any money.
Told you,
No, 86% of all people with a
I got
bachelor's
that,
degree.
But if you take out the top 10%, it's actually lower than those that don't go to college. So the reason that number, that average goes up is because the doctors and the engineers and the lawyers are the ones that bring that average so significantly up.
Yes.
But let me ask you a question. Do you think that there's any waste at all in the current college model?
Do I think there's any waste? I don't think we need all of it.
Okay, good. What part?
Well, you have to start with your core classes. And it's like high school. You're taking the same classes in
So do you
high
think,
school.
like, for example, do you think that... It's okay. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I'm Emily. Nice to meet you.
Emily. Thank you.
Earlier said that about 5% of college students are going into fields of like medicine, law, and engineering,
Let me clarify.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah.
as far as they're going to be able to get postgraduate degrees. So they will go all the way up and get their Juris Master, or they will end up passing the bar or becoming a doctor, right?
Okay.
So it's easy to say doctors, lawyers,
Yeah.
but healthcare professionals, if you count nurses or people that work in healthcare, that number is closer to 20, 25%.
Okay, so
Yes.
5%. Who here has a doctor? Can you like raise your hand if you have a doctor?
Like a medical
A doctor, yeah. Like a medical
yes, I do,
doctor.
yeah.
Yeah, you do. Okay. 5% is still a lot of people, right?
Of course, but
Yeah.
that means 95% might not need to exist at the institution.
I don't think that's the takeaway. Just because 5%, which is still millions of Americans
Wait,
all
hold on a
across the
second.
board.
But if you were to say, hey, we only have medical schools, only have legal, we can get rid
Oh,
of
no,
gender
no, no.
studies, get
Yeah.
rid of... So what's the contention?
Well, gender studies is actually, if you look on like the pre-law track, gender studies is a pre-law track. If
Got
you're
it.
going to be a lawyer, you have to study gender studies and other social
That proves
cultural
my
studies.
point that college is a scam.
Why?
Why would a lawyer need to study gender studies? Shouldn't a lawyer
it's
know the law?
It's a social science. The law, you think the law isn't inadvertently affected by social, cultural, and gender norms?
Of course it is, but shouldn't they first know the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Federalist Papers?
We learned that in high
Marbury-
school.
Okay, so what is Marbury versus Madison?
I haven't been in high school for a really long time. I'm not
I thought
trying to
you
be a
said you
lawyer.
learned it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, high schools are like,
was
it's
Brown,
public high
what was
school.
Brown versus the Board of Education?
That's for desegregating schools.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which Project 2025 wants to like defund the
Right.
Department of
So who
Education.
wrote the
So
Consti-
like
who wrote the Constitution?
founding fathers, 1778. I don't know.
It wasn't 1778.
I don't know.
Close, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Well, this is the point: is that you don't learn it in high school. You don't even learn it in undergraduate, and our law school is not learning it. So maybe.
Well, I'm not in law school.
No, the point is that you were saying they already learned it, and they don't. I don't want this to be a pop quiz or trivia. I didn't go to college, and I'm asking you very basic civic questions, and you're paying to go to college, and you can't answer them.
That's so fair, but I think
Thank you. Sorry.
And I'm gonna be honest, because of this guy Charlie, I actually went back and decided to read the American Constitution. So, but I haven't read the Federalist Papers. If you go to my Twitter feed, you see I posted about it maybe a week, 2, maybe 3 weeks ago. I was reviewing it, but it's very insightful. I actually learned about there was a Revolutionary War. After 11 years after the Revolutionary War, they wrote the Constitution, and then 80 years later they fought the Civil War. So I learned a few things. I think the first article, there's a preamble, starts with "We the people," and then you have the Article 1, which is Congress, basically the legislators. Article 2 is the presidency. Article 3 is the judiciary, and then it goes to 4, 5. I think there's altogether how many articles? Is it 27? No, it's 27 amendments, but I think there's 10 articles maybe, and then you have the first 10 amendments. It's called the Bill of Rights, and then you have Article 11, 12, 13, and 14. civil rights. Um, they came out of the civil rights because that's when they made it legal for black people to vote. They became citizens and make sure that they could vote. So, anyways, I'm still learning. I'm technically not even a citizen, but I probably know about more about the Constitution than most of these kids. So, hey, don't beat me. Oh.
Yeah, I have a question. Is church a scam?
No, because church is honoring the divine and the eternal and the good and the true and the beautiful. Is college?
But it deceives people because you give a promise of everlasting life, which you don't actually get because Christianity is contradictory logically speaking.
Do you want to?
Do you see a pattern? Do you all see a pattern? Do you see a pattern here? Let me give you a couple minutes to think through this. So it's very interesting that the same people, the same group of people, right, that are anti-Christianity, the same group of people that are pushing for the sexualization of kids, the same group of people that are pushing for more abortion, the same group of people that are pushing for transgenderism. Do you see a pattern here? The same group of people that are pushing for a more what they call a more inclusive, environment. The same people that are pushing for communist slash socialist type agendas and ideologies. What do you draw from all of this? There's a pattern, right? There's an agenda. This is not just a random thought because somebody that's a free thinker isn't really somebody with an agenda. It's somebody that analyzes things on a case by case basis and says, this is good, this is bad. I agree with this because of this. I agree, but it seems to be like a herd mentality where everybody from that group thinks the exact same, which is so weird, which is so strange. I don't get it. I mean, I kind of do, but I don't. Like, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Get into a theological debate, or are we going to talk about college? Because I completely disagree. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and we will have eternal life.
Okay, so how, if there is a perfect being that created the world, how could we exist in an imperfect world?
I'm happy to have this discussion. Can
we? He wants to bring because he's saying this. What this tells you is that this person probably worships science and believes in science, and he believes science is like his own religion. And since you are calling his religion a scam, he wants to call yours a scam. That's quite literally what he's doing here. And I hate to break your bubble, but God is real. And I do not believe, just because I believe God is real doesn't mean I believe in Santa Claus or I believe in Halloween. No, but God is real, right? So, and I'm not saying this as a religious person. I'm saying this as a spiritual person. There's a difference. So I'm saying this not from a religious perspective, but just so you know, God is real. And I've been there, done that. There was a point in my life where I wouldn't say I was an atheist, but I would define myself a little bit as an agnostic. But in reality, I'm just a spiritual person. And it just takes out a lot of faith for me to just believe that God is not real. There's just too much evidence because nobody can provide direct evidence that God doesn't exist, but I can provide direct evidence that he exists. That's where I'm at.
We go back to college though, because do you think, because that's a little bit of a red herring and a little bit of a rabbit hole. Tell me what that has to do with college being a scam.
Well, I do think college can be a scam for certain people. I don't think it's a scam for everyone. We agree. So for people like me, college was very beneficial for me.
For sure. Who is it a scam though?
College was beneficial? Are you sure, young man? I would say that. See, this is exactly what I meant. What I meant earlier. That college will teach you communication skills, how to talk, count, reason, think. But if undergirding that, if your foundation of all of that is founded on a certain type of ideology, then all those skills become corrosive for you and for society. And that's what I think is happening.
You, based upon your definition of a scam, do you consider the Christian church a scam?
Of course not. It's giving people eternal life and teaches them goodness.
But if Christianity is false, then that's a deception.
Okay, but you think it's false. I don't. We can agree to disagree. Also,
I'm not agreeing to disagree on that.
But we're not talking about the church. We're talking about college, right? So again, also, people are not paying to go to church, are they?
But it's a reductio ad absurdum. Do you know what that is?
Ask the question.
What's a reductio ad absurdum?
That's a Latin term that means reducing down to the lowest common belief, correct?
Yeah, so I'm taking
Am I right? I didn't go to college. I knew that.
I'm taking your particular position.
Let me ask you a question without you interrupting me. Do you pay to go to church?
No, I don't. Some people do. They're forced to pay based upon their particular denomination.
No, that's not true. And I know where this is. He's probably gonna bring up the 10% thing in the Bible. I'm a Christian, but I don't follow that. Nobody's gonna force you to pay. But you go to college, you either have to pay or somebody has to pay. You don't have an option to just go for free, which is not the same. So you cannot equate on that level. You cannot equate church and school. But as far as value proposition, you can argue all day that church is a scam. That's you. I beg to disagree. We're just gonna have to agree to disagree, because I cannot provide you direct evidence, but there's overwhelming indirect evidence, and even in court, direct and indirect evidence has convicted thousands of people. So it's accepted in court. That's good enough for me.
And today, do you pay to go to church?
Depending on the church.
No, you don't. Do you have to go to Denton to go to church?
In some circumstances, people do, because they have to give up 10% of their income to be able to do that, which people can't afford.
I knew it.
Well, they're LDS.
I knew it was gonna bring up the 10%. No, nobody mandates that. If matter of fact, if you have a church that does that, yeah, that church or that church leader is trying to scam you. Run away.
You're saying that a lot of LDS churches specifically require 10%.
Yeah, they don't require it. And what you're
they
talking
do
about,
in plenty of places.
Well, you're asking mainline Christian.
Isn't there stigmatization
belief.
if you don't do that?
Okay, you're good at interrupting, not good at answering.
Well, you haven't answered any of my questions yet.
I did say no. Church is not a scam. Church is the bride of Christ. College is a scam, and college is people are going into debt. They're paying a lot of money. But I want to ask you a question. You said it's a scam for some people. Who's it a scam for?
Yeah, for people who specifically aren't ever going to use it, never use any of the knowledge that they retain from it. Well, you say 52%. I don't think you can qualify 52% of people don't do that.
What number would you say?
For example, my job, that's not going to be recommended as an economics degree. Most economics majors are going to go into TikTok debating online. But I use the information that I learned in college in my job on a daily basis. I still use relevant qualities that are then used in my job later on.
What percentage of kids that go to college are being scammed?
I don't think anyone knows that. Because it's dependent upon an individual. I have no clue.
Shouldn't we try to find out?
Well, if you'd like to find some empirics on that, I'd love to see it.
I just did. So 41%.
That's not a source.
Well, the Department of Education is a source.
No, the Department of Education doesn't say 41% of people it was a scam for, or that they didn't use any of the information they learned in college.
You are using.
So are you saying none of them use any of the information?
Can I say 3 words without you interrupting me?
Do any of them use the information later on?
Can I say 5 words without interrupting me?
Well, you've interrupted me multiple times.
So since you say college is a scam for some people, it's a ballpark. For the kids that do not graduate, 41% that ended up going and not graduating, were they scammed?
No, just because you go and pay for a particular thing, but then you don't follow through with it, doesn't mean you were scammed.
Maybe they were
You
misled.
decided to pay for it. Oh, you could say some people are misled. Some people are stigmatizing to these things.
Do you think
but
that
some people are misled in the church? And you never answered my question on that because you're trying to take that time down so that you don't have to answer the question about Christianity because you know your worldview looks terrible.
Well, what about Christianity do you want me to answer? We're talking
I think
about
it's
college,
false. Or because I was saying, is church a scam? If church is a scam, that'd be predicated off of the idea that you're deceived into believing that there's everlasting life,
but
specifically from
believe
Christianity.
That, again,
so Christianity has to be true. So can you grant that? What's the argument?
Christianity is true. Did the
What's the argument?
You're going to let me finish 3 words in a row?
Appreciate it.
Okay. Did the resurrection happen?
I don't think the resurrection occurred.
Okay, I disagree.
It did.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. A perfect creator, is it possible for them to not desire something imperfect?
Is a perfect creator, I'm sorry, what?
There's a perfect creator that desires everything that's just perfect. How can they desire something imperfect, flawed?
Well, because maybe they want to get to know themselves. Maybe they want to see their own creation. Maybe they love
They want to get to know them? He's all-knowing.
Can I finish talking here? Okay, maybe because God loved the world so much that his creation, which rebelled against him, given agency and free will, rebelled against them, then got eternal life, what we actually deserve, and then sent his son on a rescue mission to save us from that. The church is the bride of Christ, will save us from damnation that we deserve. College is far from the bride of America. It's currently scamming the youth of this country and sending them into oblivion.
Didn't answer the question.
I did.
No, you didn't say how he could desire something imperfect.
Well, God can
We'll
do
talk
anything.
about that later. Don't
God
worry.
can do anything. So
Even something logically contradictory?
it's not logically contradictory.
To desire something imperfect.
Can an unstoppable object hit a immovable force? A woman is.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Oh. Oh, these American kids are gonna kill me one day. You see, this is what I got. He's so confident in what he's saying. I know why he's so confident, because he's heard it so much all around him over the MSN, and he believes it's true because he's heard it so much. He's like, everybody could not be saying this and it not be true. That's in his mind. What? So if I just decide now, boom, I'm a woman, so I'm officially a woman. I just made that decision. Wow, that's interesting. I'm a woman. College is really a scam in America. But boy, Jesus wept and tore his garment. Ça, c'est pas possible. Là, ngate punka wante ze. Ça, c'est pas possible. Uzu busu ana bosis ko lain bambam ololo kunu fianko cham sabiskos memle titi we mempie wo mawa poko ma 1990. Oh boy.
Okay, but that doesn't answer the question.
I know, but
you
right
said-
now I'm a man, right? So if
Yeah,
that
but you have
happened
to
right
tell
now,
me
I'd be a
what that
woman.
thing
So
is.
once a person makes the decision to identify as a woman,
Got it. No,
they're a woman.
that's a separate issue. What is a woman? What-
That's the definition.
No, I know, but you have to tell me what.
A person who
That's a circular definition. When you ask them what is a woman, they tell you that a woman is a person that identifies as a woman. You're using the term to define the term. That's circular logic. That's flawed. You cannot say, if they say what is a phone, you say a phone is a device that is a phone. See what I mean? Or what is a finger? A finger is a part of the hand that is a finger. That doesn't make any sense. But what is a finger? You have to be able to characterize that thing by itself. Characterize it by defining what it is without using it. He can't do that.
who identifies themselves as a woman.
But you have how do you know that they are that thing?
How do I don't need to know what they
No, no,
I
no,
can
n-
ask them if
not
I
that
want
they
to
need
know.
But there needs to be. You need to tell me what that thing is, though.
Somebody who
You-
Okay,
you need-
okay,
you need
sorry,
to
we're
give
not
me-
getting anywhere. We're
you
not
need to-
getting
well,
anywhere.
no,
We're not
it's
getting
important because it's like saying a giraffe is a thing that looks like a giraffe, or a coyote is a thing that looks like a coyote. It's called circular reasoning. You have to give me a actual
Circular
definition.
reasoning.
I don't have to I did give you a definition.
No. You said that a woman is something that thinks they're a woman. That doesn't give me a definition. That's simply
What would you consider a definition then?
an adult female with XX
No,
chromosomes.
no, no. I mean like what makes that a definition?
XX for women. And Matt Walsh did his documentary last year, What is a Woman? And this is such, see, in America, when we talk about politics, the thing that people really debate for hours over, you have abortion, you have gender, you have a woman. These people really have nothing else to worry about. The kind of problems that we have here, that's why I say the challenges we have in America are different, but they are nonetheless challenges. It's fun to watch, but it can be nerve grinding at the same time. Yeah, it can be nerve grinding. Like, what the heck? College is a scam. This is why I say college is a scam. How can kids not define what a woman? Even the last Supreme Court just said, the black Ketanji Brown Jackson, they asked her in her Senate hearing. So this thing goes all the way to the Supreme Court. There is a Supreme Court justice in America, a black woman, that if you ask her what is a woman, she cannot tell you. What is so complicated about defining what a woman is? A woman is somebody that identifies. So I identify as a woman. Does that mean I'm a woman? Oi, oi.
Hello,
Hi.
Juliana.
Juliana,
I remember.
yeah.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think that you can define a woman just by her chromosomes. Women are so much more than that. They come in a variety of shapes, sizes, colors. And I don't necessarily think that you can count out somebody.
And this is every time I look at her, she's a beautiful young lady. You know, look, she gives me the vibes of like your typical leftist that is a Christian, that is kind-hearted, that is nice, and that is just accepting. And that looks good on the face. That looks good on the face. And I'm not saying that there's any intent to be there's any there's any mal intent in her or in what she does. But I can tell you that this is exactly why America is declining, because people that actually have the belief, they don't have the spine to actually stand by that belief and call it out and say this is black and this is white. Yes. So I don't know what she's doing, but a woman is a human being that has a female reproductive system with XX chromosomes.
Who's trans just because they don't have a certain set of chromosomes. There are also people who are born, I'm drawing a blank.
Okay.
Please don't bring intersex, don't bring hermaphrodites, because that's a fringe, man. That's the exception, that's not the rule.
Intersex?
Yes,
So XXY
yes.
or YYX.
Or just, or like
sure.
X0 with nothing.
So natural mutations upon the binary, essentially, right?
Yes. So
but they don't have both sex organs that both operate, right?
yeah, but that
One is
also I don't think
always-
necessarally works, right? Because if it's X,
One
just
is more
X,
dominant
and
than
there's
the
a
other.
One is more dominant, yes, usually.
So you're
Okay,
either
that's-
more male or more female, right? So you might
True.
have both a penis and vagina, but there's never been a case of someone who can impregnate themselves.
okay. I also don't necessarily think that works for this situation, but I also want to say that one of my best friends is trans, and I would say that she's more of a woman than I am.
That right there, that's why. Because they feel like, so people that defend people that are straight norm, people that are normal, right? Besides the fact that they have the woke mind virus, think that to be loving and kind and accepting of trans people, of drug addicts, of people that have all these societal issues is being loving and being kind. No, you are not being kind. You're actually being mean, and you're hurting them because you're ushering them on a path that is destroying them and inadvertently destroying society while we're at it. Imagine everybody accepting it. Why is this issue not common in the Arab world? Why is this issue not common in Africa? It's because we just happen to understand that this is not normal and this is not something that should be accepted. Call it what you want, but this is not normal. So she's not more of a woman that you're only saying that because you're trying to virtue signal. You're trying to make it feel as you're trying to act as though you're being so nice and kind and accepting. But you're not. You're actually encouraging nonsense. La ngati punka, what is it?
I think that women define themselves by multiple things, not just their sex organs. If
You don't get to define, you don't get to change the definition of a woman by how you feel or what you think. A woman is a very objective definition in reality. Female organs, XX chromosomes, point blank, period.
if somebody asked me who I was as a woman, I would not say I have a vagina.
Totally fair.
I
See,
would.
No, I think you said something smart. So you said that person is more of a woman than you are. Therefore, you're grading off a definition of something accomplishes womanhood. What is that?
I think it's, well, that's the thing too. And I do think that gets a little complicated, right? Because there are social norms for a gender, but I do think we try to break that, right?
No, for sure. But you said that specific friend is more of a woman than you are. Why?
I think she's a better person than me. I think she
So
lives
women are
life.
better people?
She's a better woman than I am. I'm not saying women are better people.
But what makes a woman? Because you said she's more of a woman than you are. So I want to know what that definition is.
Right, okay. I'm gonna let somebody else
That's all
go.
good.
When you break their brain with logic, when you give them logic, that breaks their own ideology. They're like, oh shit, this actually makes sense. And it just destroys my ideology. But I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna let somebody else take over. See, but this is part of the reason why sometimes I don't even feel the need to do this, because and maybe Charlie doing this is gonna actually change minds. I really applaud him and encourage him, but I couldn't do it because I really don't have the patience to deal with kids when you're so wrong and you so vehemently believe that you're right and you're fighting me over this. I just like Agent Smith. This you're an Agent Smith, and I don't have the. I'm not Neo, man. You're gonna be Neo. No, I can't do it. It's too much work. I don't have the
Thank you.
patience.
Okay. All right, Parker, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex.
Damn. A woman is a blah, 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 blah. He just threw out the word salad, and basically he's basically said the same thing that guy said, that a woman is somebody that performs. This is another way to say a woman is somebody that identifies themselves as a woman or performs as a woman. That's basically what he said, but he used a word salad, so you're confused. But everything he said, it just means a woman is somebody that performs as a woman, and that's not a woman. You're wrong.
Now, define a man. Define a man.
You're looking at one XY chromosomes in a.
Okay, but does God the Father have XY chromosomes prior to incarnation?
We literally have a religious.
He's
topic
a
later.
father and he's him, but he's not a man.
We have a religious.
Wait, so a man is someone with XY chromosomes, but he doesn't have XY chromosomes, yet he's still a man. And he still uses preferred pronouns.
It's actually very interesting. In the original Hebrew, Adonai. Do you know what Adonai is? It's the Hebrew word for God. It's actually genderless, but in the scriptures they use he, right? And they use the masculine. Jesus Christ came to earth as a man, not as a woman, not as genderqueer. But let's go back to the.
But God the Father's a man, right?
Well,
because all fathers are men.
Well, first of all, there's a Trinity. So God the Father is neither man nor woman. He is omniscient, omnipotent. He is all being on top.
So why do you use he?
Well, I did not. The scriptures do. You could use woman. You could say her. You could use him. But the way that the language is structured, again, it is so. God the Father is so above gender. It is so above any of our understanding.
Then why use
with
him?
Glory and understanding. Again, because you have to make a choice, either he or him or her in the original scriptures. Let's go back to. I'm happy
some
to get into
fathers
that,
aren't men and boys.
So I'm.
So
not,
some fathers
I'm
are not men and boys, not men or boys.
I'm sorry.
Some fathers are not men.
This guy consistently attacks religion because he partly, I think, because he doesn't want to confront the facts about the flawed logic of their ideology, be it around education or being around gender and sex. He much rather skip that and attack religion because he feels attacked. I feel like in order to defend his ideology, he much rather just attack yours. That way you quit attacking his and try to defend yours. So he's counterattacking.
Male.
No, of course they are. I'm not.
Which is insane because that's not what the topic is. There's supposed to be a space and time for that specific topic, but he keeps trying to go back to religion. But whatever.
Wait, so God the Father's a male?
Hold on, God the Father. So where do we get God the Father from? What Greek word?
From your scripture.
Well, from Abba, right, which is a very close personal term.
You're not answering my questions, and you're bringing up random language that doesn't matter.
Well, it actually does.
No,
okay?
it doesn't.
But let me get down to the root of it
because he's not a man. You know he's not a man under your worldview. Yet you still use his preferred pronouns. You still call him a man.
Christ is a
man.
man.
You don't do that with trans people because you're transphobic. That's why.
Okay, got it. But Christ is a man. I'm happy to get into the sexuality and
before
gender
incarnation, he's not.
Of the Trinity. Okay.
Before incarnation, there's no penis. There's no XY chromosomes. There's no small gametes.
Hold on a second. Let's think about it. If that's correct, how is it then Jacob saw the face of God?
Okay, so if there's
hold on. If there was not before the incarnation, how did Jacob see the face of God? How did Jacob wrestle with God?
Characters can have faces without biology.
How did Jacob wrestle with God?
So okay, do you think that he has a body?
Well,
or was that a figurative notion of wrestle?
That's a mystery of the scriptures. I'm not here. Well, it is. I'm not here to debate theology. Can we go back to what we're talking about?
Does he actually have biology? You keep trying to pivot because you know this debunks you.
Well,
what biology does your God have?
Well, the one of Christ our Lord.
No, I meant before incarnation.
Well, to be honest, I don't quite know, and I don't think the scriptures are.
So you don't know what a man is?
Well,
you can't define what a man is?
It's a little opaque. Again, you're looking at a man.
But your video, the largest video on TikTok is, what is a woman, 20 million views, but you don't know what a man is under your own worldview?
I said you're looking at a man, right?
Wait, but God the Father doesn't meet that criteria.
Am I looking at a man?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good. Just making
a
sure.
man that's beating you in a debate right now.
Okay, that's fine. So let me ask you a question, though. So do you think that anybody can become a woman?
I think that anyone who meets my criteria is a woman.
What's your criteria again?
Again, adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex.
Can society ever be wrong?
Sure, but like it's a desire to be in accordance with a set of social.
I think Charlie went over Charlie's head. Basically, what he just said is a woman is somebody that wants to perform as a woman. So he still used that same circular logic. He hasn't defined what a woman is. He replaced a woman with societal psychological norms that is generally accepted. That's basically, so he's basically saying a woman is somebody that performs as a woman. He has not defined a woman. You cannot define a woman, young man.
Social and cultural norms.
Can I become black if I wear blackface?
No, because it's not a desire that you have to be in accordance with a particular set of social
What if
and
somebody
cultural
wants
norms,
to be black?
because race is defined phenotypically based upon the expression to other people.
But
See,
you're
double standards. Now you're gonna use biology to define race, but you refuse to use biology to define a woman, which just blows my mind. So why are you gonna use pigmentation to define race, which is a biological fact, but you refuse to use genetic identifiers XX and biological reality, sexual organs, and hormonal levels, which are all grounded in biology and truth to define a woman? You completely ignore that because you want a woman to fit your ideology, whatever that ideology is today. Blows my mind.
by some standard, you're judging that.
Do you think there's a phenotypical expression of someone who's white and someone who's black? Like I see you're white because of your phenotypical expression.
Right. So, but do you
In the same way I see you're a man by your phenotypical expression, I see you're a woman by your phenotypical expression. What the fuck are you talking about? What is it?
think, but Rachel Dolezal that said she is black and culturally black, is she black?
Does she have phenotypically characteristics we would associate
Define
with people who are
phenotypical. I'm not sure what that word means.
Phenotypical, it's going to be the expression.
So
of
melanin
particular
content, one
characteristics.
skin.
Yes.
Okay. So she could pass as a black person.
Wait, so she doesn't have the melanin content?
She's borderline.
No.
Heavily.
Okay, so then she's not black.
Okay, so you're able to say who is black and not black?
That's how we define it in society. No shit.
Okay, got it. So, but is there an objective definition of who is black?
Wait, language is all subjective. Linguistics professionals indicate it's subjective.
This kid is just, he talks fast and he thinks he's making sense. You're not making any sense. You choose when to use biology to define something, and then you choose when not to use biology to define something. What sense does that make? That's shifting the goalpost. If somebody does, basically, if by your logic of what is a woman is, you sitting there could decide that, okay, now I'm a black person. A black person is a person that decides to perform as a black person in the typical way that society and cultural norms. What? Your word salad doesn't even make sense. So your definition is bogus. It's disingenuous.
Language is all subjective.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Every
really?
word you just used was created by other human beings that are engaging in conversation.
Got it. No, now
you
we're
might think it's created by God, but even then it's still
Got
subjective.
it. But now,
because it came
now
from
we're
God.
getting somewhere.
God's a
So
subject.
now we're getting somewhere. Is the word and the value behind murder objective or subjective?
Well, I think morality is subjective, but you think it's subjective
is.
too
So,
because it comes
hold
from
on.
God.
That's interesting.
Wait,
So-
does it come from God or independent of God?
Well, no, of course it comes from God. It's
If
transcendent.
that's true.
It's
That's
transcendent
subjective.
human beings.
That's
No, it's not.
subjective. Yes, it is.
No.
If it comes from God, it's specifically subjective. It comes independent of God, then it's objective.
No,
what
it's
you just told me
God-
is
God is
also
objective
compatible
morality.
with moral anti-realism.
So let's go back to the Ten Commandments.
You don't understand
right?
meta-ethics.
Well, I hold on a second.
What
Let's
does
just-
subjective
let's-
morality mean? What does it mean?
Subjective morality
Define
means
it.
that it comes in everybody's own opinion, their own form,
True
not
dependent upon a
objective.
stance.
Again,
God
we're-
is a stance, and that's the truth
Hold on
of
a second.
morality.
So if let's believe. Do you believe in the if everybody believed in the concept of God, the transcendent God, that there was a Ten Commandments and we should live by them, right? Is that objective morality?
No. Just because people agree
so
doesn't
then-
make it
so, okay,
objective.
then what-
Again, independent of a
then
stance.
What is
Agreeance is not independent of a stance.
What is objective morality then? Sorry, thanks. We'll be back at it next time.
Mason, good to meet
How are you? Nice to meet you. Okay.
So I think it's a little scummy that you're plagiarizing the whole Matt Walsh thing. Like your
Dude,
thing is
I
the
pay him
worship of Israel and everything like that.
I pay him
like-
royalties.
Okay, for sure. Well, do you want to talk about sex first, or do you want to talk about gender?
I don't think gender exists. I think it's a term that John Money and Judith Butler created over the last 40 years that basically is a filler for personalities.
Okay, well, if we're talking about sex, which it seems like you're saying is the exact same thing, would you say sex is binary by definition?
For sure, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you're
And they're-
already
they're-
incorrect. Like sex is not binary, it's bimodal. So if we look at a distribution graph, we're going to see people in two camps majority of the time, but there are going to be
Right, but
externalities on both ends of the spectrum and in the middle.
For example, like
so we already
intersex,
talked about
right.
intersex. Correct.
However, with intersex though, they are mutations of a binary, correct?
No, we're talking about.
Hold on, but which
we're talking
one is-
about an entire spectrum.
Which
like
sex
you're
organ
by
is
definition
dominant, though?
defeating your expression of what a binary is by saying that there are externalities.
But let me ask you a question. That like XXY.
Charlie,
for example,
you're
what-
trying to create this
what-
own box and then use any examples that are outside of that
No, but
box
you brought
to
up
justify that box
you,
again.
You brought up intersex.
We're talking about reality.
You brought up intersex.
Okay.
What sex organs? Which one is more dominant?
What do you mean?
In an XXY situation.
Can you explain your point of view?
Yeah, I
on
mean,
that?
obviously you have more female characteristics and male characteristics in an XXY, or it might be YYX. One of the two. The point is that you do not have both.
We could see people with female reproductive organs that have XY, and we can see the vice versa, people with male reproductive organs that have XX.
So I think you said something about gender, though. I think that's more interesting to get into.
Okay,
Do you understand how the conversation?
So we're moving off of sex because you're ceding that argument.
No, I'm not ceding it.
Okay.
You want to keep going into it?
We can if you'd like.
Okay, so besides male and female, what categories exist?
We have people that are intersex. We have people that are on the other ends of the bimodal distribution graph. Are you aware what bimodal?
When you've gone to school, this is why college is a scam. There's a complete loss of common sense, and then they use the what I like to call the exceptions to create a new rule. So there's no true. It's just like you have light and you have darkness, right? Whenever you're going from nighttime to daytime, there's always that period where there's a little bit of a gray area, but everybody understands that there's really two parts of the 24-hour day. There's the nighttime, there's the daytime. There's a little bit of overlap. That doesn't mean that there's three parts of a day, that there's morning, there's night, and there's morning, night. No, that means that there's a transition between morning and night. In that same way, you have men, you have women, and then sometimes you have scenarios where there's a little bit of a mix, but that is the exception. That is not a rule. If 99.9% of people have a clear male or female, XX or XY, well, male XY, female XX, then why are we even having this conversation? Why are we even debating this? Something that is so obvious. Why are we spending time talking about this shit?
Modal means versus binary?
Somewhat of an understanding. Yeah.
Okay, well, so you can be presented with a graph after this by the people that you brought with you, but it's actually a bimodal distribution.
Just like constantly going to condescending type talk is not going to be fruitful.
I'm just trying to match your energy with the people that you treated that were trying to have a conversation.
Got it. So trans women are not women. Do you agree with that?
I would say that trans women are women because people that exist under the category.
He's beta. He's trying to pander. See, that's the thing. These people always think that standing up, well, let me put it this way, standing up for your friends is a good thing, right? But you have to understand what the truth is, because you using big words, having a PhD, you using big words to like try to convince somebody, just because you are able to use a PhD to convince me that this is not gray. You can convince me that no, this is like a version of white. We're like, okay. In my mind, I'm like, it's gray. I don't really give a fuck what you think it is. I know what it is because my eyes can see it, right? So you can use your analogy, and I'm not saying that if you can't see something with your eyes then it's not real, but I'm saying that in this specific case, I can look at a person and say this is a woman. I can look at a person and say this is a man. Now you can't tell a hermaphrodite. Yeah, that might require a little bit more extensive examination of the person, but in most cases, it's a clear cut. There's no mix. The few cases where there's a little bit of a mix where you are not sure, that's just an exception. That's the anomaly. You cannot take the anomaly and impute and destroy the norm. That's just ridiculous.
Category of women, people that exist under the category of men are still humans.
Got it. So that category, how is that defined?
Well, I wouldn't limit it to things like genitals or things like chromosomes, which it seems like you want to do.
I will, and that's all it's gonna be.
What type of genitals would you say I have, since you're so obsessed with genitals?
I'm not obsessed with genitals, but I could do a blood sampling right now and I could see exactly what you are, because every single one of your trillions of cells are either coded with XX or XY, no matter how much surgery or whatever. I think that you are man, but you could fool me. You could take hormones, you could play camouflage. Like I could fool you to be Hispanic if I had the right Hollywood makeup director. That doesn't mean that you are the thing though.
But you're going from an objective biological perspective, which we've already talked about with sex. I'm talking about a social construct or a social utility.
Yeah, so
like if we were at a restaurant, right? I'm sitting down at
you're a man.
And I'm sitting down at the table and you're telling the waiter, hey, I want to go sit with blank. What would you use?
With you?
He doesn't know my name. Yeah.
Well,
so I'm sitting over there.
That guy.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
That guy. You're going to typically use he or him, or you're going to say that guy, like you just said.
Correct.
Because you're ascribing the male gender to me based on my performative
and
characteristics.
I say I could be an error. Maybe you are a biological woman.
And then you'd correct yourself, right?
That take maybe not.
So that's what that is exactly what we're trying to say.
So the question is that, do you think that womanhood can then be assumed just through costume design?
It's not costume design.
What is it then?
It's performative social characteristics.
Performative. So you could
yes,
act
that's
it.
what gender is.
Okay,
great
got
job.
it. So you could it's like a theater troupe.
It's not a theater troupe. So these are social. These are social
womanhood
categories.
can be appropriated.
No, they're categories. That's what it is.
This idea that gender is just a performative is such a lie that it doesn't even make sense. Who lied to you guys? Who created all this mess? I know somebody had to do it. Nobody just woke up in the morning and started believing it. Somebody had this. This is too wide and too deep and too far common for it to be just random. It almost looks intentional. Like all these kids now come out of college with this ideology, and boy, oh boy, it's gonna be hard to get them back, to even get them to understand or to be able to come back to be even to even be able to have a functional conversation because they are so far gone into the depths of darkness. They are so lost. Who told you? Who even gave you that definition that gender is just performative? Gender is just temperament. Gender is just character. It has nothing to do with your sex. It has nothing to do with any type of performance. No, that's a lie. That's the lie right there. Gender is not performance. I refuse. I reject that definition.
So there's nothing inherent about the chromosomes. There's nothing that.
Correct. Yes.
Wow, we disagree. So there's nothing inherent about having a period or being able to give birth or the specific hormonal makeup.
In different cultures, we've ascribed that to womanhood. If you go back to,
they would downplay all of that and say, no, it's just what you perform. That is insane. Wow. What are we teaching our kids in America? Oh, I thought the education system in Cameroon was bad. But in America, it's a lot worse. How can you sustain a society with this generation? How is America going to survive? See, this is why America needs immigrants. America really needs us because we are fresh blood coming in with education from outside America. I really wasn't educated in America. This is why this is so foreign. It feels so off and so wrong to me. I don't even understand. But I'm getting information that even Cameroon has started transitioning into this nonsense. Now I guess their gender studies down there, so the world is going to shit, man. The world is going to shit. Oh man, we had it so good. Now I'm realizing how good we had it. I didn't have to deal with this nonsense when I was in school. Most people from my generation didn't have to. But once you come into the American educational system and you get in there, within a few years, they turn you into a bot and you start sounding like this. I kind of went through it, to be fair. I went through it because I came here for school. I went through it, but I guess I'm just built different because it didn't get to me. I went to the higher education system in America, but I didn't come out a bot. I still had common sense. Maybe I didn't stay long enough in there because this is insane to me.
Other cultures spanning thousands of years,
for sure.
you'll see a difference when it comes to those.
Like, for example, the Mayans had plenty of people that were schizophrenic, right? So that means nothing to me, right?
Okay,
so,
we have people that say they're hearing things from God. Would you say that's schizophrenic?
Well, not necessarily. It built Western civilization and common law and due process and individual rights.
I just wanted to hear that your
defense of the unborn and the greatest civilization ever. You know, that voice from God happened to build the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. That's
okay.
Fine.
I think the Mayans would say the same thing. That's the problem with presuppositional arguments.
Yeah, let's go down.
Is that you could say anything.
Can we go visit?
I mean, God's telling me right now that you're a fish. Do you think that's real?
Can we go visit the Mayan nation? They didn't last that long, did they?
Yeah, over killing and violence, and you can justify that if you like.
You mean all the child sacrifice?
And this is the condescending tone that why I'm trying to match it is because
you mean all the child sacrifice the Aztecs, Mayans, and Incans did on the top of temples? Great civilization.
Do you want to go back into the Old Testament? Let's bring Parker up in here and talk about all the child marriage, and we can talk about the justification of rape.
Where was child sacrifice ever in the Bible?
When Isaac was almost fucking sacrificed by his dad.
He wasn't though, because at the beginning of Genesis,
so God just said like, nah, just kidding, dog. Don't actually kill your son.
Because at the beginning of Genesis 16 said, I'm going to test
to prove
Abraham.
Obedience.
Yes, yeah, that's right. So now you know it. So actually, there was no child sacrifice in the Bible. It was a prohibition on child sacrifice in the Bible. But anyway, that's a little bit of a rabbit hole. Do you understand at least? Can you sympathize with our perspective?
Okay.
That
I'll calm it down a little bit. I apologize for the condescension.
No, it's fine. I mean, but you're doing it's fine. But like, did you see where this could get wildly out of control? At least on the extreme.
I don't see how it get out of control because
even in sports, for example, you think that there's no.
So this is something that we might be able to agree upon, right? Sports were not archaeologically dug up, right? The rules of sports, they are things that we've created as a society. We have decided as a society the most fair categorization is male sports and female sports. Now, as we've been able to understand or at least bring into the forefront people who don't identify with the binary, we still have to allow all people that are women in the women's category and all men that are men in the women's category. That includes cis and trans. If you'd like to change that category because you think it's unfair, we can do that. That's what's awesome about arbitrary rules is we can decide hormones.
I might not know this, but like when the Greeks started the Olympics 2,000 years ago, did they have like a bunch of dudes wrestling with women?
I don't even think they allowed women to compete.
Well,
I might be wrong on that, but
that kind of proves the point, though, that there was a...
Yeah, and what did we do to allow women? We changed the rules.
Right, no, but that, by definition, therefore, there is something from body composition, bone mass, lung density, testosterone, and estrogen rates.
Yeah.
Your endocrinology is
So
different.
if you'd say the majority of males in the bimodal distribution graph, we're going back to that, you can say, hey, we want this level of hormones in this particular category, and we can separate it by hormones. I agree with you that a majority of men or majority of cis men are...
You got to be like 99.9%.
I don't know. Ronda Rousey could kick my ass. I will say that.
No, for sure. But I mean, but could she kick Conor McGregor's ass?
Well, now we're talking about the peaks, right?
But she's at the peak
of
though.
cisgender.
No, because you're talking about the peaks of two different categories in the same sort of...
Right, because why? She's a cis woman.
Well, she's a cis woman and
Correct.
he's...
A cis man.
But yes, and
Correct.
he could kick her tail, right?
Yes, I would agree.
Oh, okay, for sure, right?
Because cis men and cis women have different hormone levels.
No,
if you want to change the hormones, we can change the categorization.
But
you're saying that you want men and women, bar none, and you say that's the most fair category. Then we have to allow all women and all men.
Well, but again, those things don't... So I just want to be clear. So, because I think I'm tracking your argument, is that in the University of Pennsylvania swim team, when Thomas swam against biological women, you're perfectly fine with that.
I think as long as we have the categories that way.
Thanks.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. I want to get him in. He hasn't debated yet. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Preeti. Nice to meet
Brittany,
you.
nice to meet you. Go ahead.
Preeti.
Preeti,
P-R-E-E-T.
I'm sorry.
You're totally
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Okay, so I kind of want to go back to a little earlier. You said that Parker has lower T than you. So would you say?
It was called a joke.
Yeah.
I
No.
think I'm right,
I'm fully aware it's a joke. But I guess like on that point,
Yeah.
do you think that like T has to do or testosterone has to do with your manhood?
No.
Like
Well, yes and no. I mean, if you are looking at typical testosterone estrogen rates of women, they are far different than those of men. But
Right,
for
but,
example, like your testosterone rate goes down when you have children. For
Okay,
example,
but
when you're a man, that doesn't make you less of a man. They go down by about 400 points.
Okay, but like when we were talking earlier about like sports, right?
Mhm.
And you were saying that the reason why it's unfair for like for example, a trans woman who used to be a man to be like competing in women's sports, you cited that they have higher testosterone levels.
One
correct?
of about 50 characteristics. Also lung density. Men's hearts are bigger.
Bone
We have
density.
greater bone
those-
density, muscle mass.
Okay,
Tend
but
to
those
be faster, tend to be
yeah,
stronger.
I understand. But like those factors all come from the hormones during the development process, correct?
No, not necessarily. No.
I mean, most of them do.
Well, not all of them. So, for example, you could try to pump a young girl's body with testosterone at 8 years old, and you can get them stronger. You cannot necessarily get them on par with a biological male at puberty. You cannot. You could try,
Okay, but like
because there's something in the coding of our genetics.
right, the coding of our genetics, which is often like controlled by like different like I guess parts of our DNA and also the hormones that are produced that affect the effective
But
coding
we're
of
mo-
how
we're more than
you're
endocrinology, but it's a
produced.
big part. Because, for example, if you do
To be honest, I'm so tired. I'm so tired of having to see these young students debate over abortion, over racism, over transgenderism, over what is a woman. There are so many more serious problems we need to pay attention to that. It's just driving me up a wall. Like, why? Makes me want to pull my skin off. Like, why? Why? This is the part that makes me think that this cultural war was created just to divide and distract us, because this is such a non-issue everywhere else in the world. But in the West, why are we having this issue? This shouldn't even be a conversation. This shouldn't be a debate. It's one of those things that say, oh yeah, that's a woman. Yeah, that's a man. By the way, what was his economic policy? Why did they send $1 billion to Ukraine? Why are we supporting X? Why are we supporting Y? Why are there homeless people again on the street? Why are we having a drug problem? There's so many things. I mean, when are we going back to the moon? When are we going to Mars? There's so many important things that we need to be paying attention to. And after a while, it's like, Man, this just feels like a distraction. Like, why are we even talking about this? Like, why?
Just give a kid testosterone that doesn't even get them close to becoming a male, or estrogen giving them a female.
Okay.
They might get characteristics that are close to that.
Right. Okay.
But it doesn't. For example,
but I mean,
let me,
like, there's no perfect image of like this is what a female looks like. This is what a male looks
No,
like.
but
Like we
for
all get our
example-
periods at different ages. Some of us like, and also like for example, like there are many circumstances where womanhood is just not one thing, right? It's a multitude of experiences.
for sure.
And why is this a hill you're willing to die on? How does this improve your life? How does this improve your country?
Every single
Can you define what womanhood is? That's an interesting question for you.
Well, no, I can't define what womanhood is. And the reason why is because it's something that's an individual experience for every single person, right? Like my experience.
Can you define what a dog is? Can you define what a chicken is? Can you define what a man is? Can you define what a black man is? So why can't you define what a woman is?
Experiences, what I have experienced throughout my life is not going to be the same as another woman who may have grown up in a different
We have
environment.
disagreement, but not
They go
clarity.
back-
I say that being
Yeah.
a woman or womanhood
They go back to this idea of performance, of experience. What it means to be a woman is what you make. What you are is no, kids. College has failed America. Oh, I feel so bad for this generation.
is an objective thing.
Right. But
It's
are we
objective outside of one's own opinions or experiences.
So, but are we at the point where we're discussing where this is like not something based on your chromosomes, but something maybe based on a construct?
Well, no, it also can be objectively witnessed in empirical ways, in biological ways, in scientific ways.
Okay. So to clarify, we're still discussing whether womanhood is on chromosomes or not.
If you'd like to discuss that, it's deeper than
Like-
just chromosomes. but
Right,
yes.
right. I'm just trying to,
for
like, define exactly
For
where
example,
this
if we
debate
look
is
at
at right
SPEC scans or brain scans of men and women, 98% of the time, artificial intelligence can tell you which one is the men and which one is the female.
Okay.
So
But-
our different parts.
NYU study found that AI can detect difference in male and female brains 92 to 98% of the time. It does this by spotting patterns in brain structure invisible to the human eye. So if AI can look at a biological structure in the body and call it a woman, why can't you look at someone and just figure it's a woman? It's like where I come from, Africa has the biggest DNA diversity in the world, right? So I was born in Cameroon. I was born in Kumba, born and raised. Kumba is an area in Cameroon that has the largest Nigerian population that lives in Cameroon. So there's a lot of Nigerians where I grew up. And that's not even the point I was gonna make. The point I was gonna make is that I can tell the difference between a Nigerian and a Cameroonian just by looking at them. And I grew up around them. How do I do that? How can I tell? So it's being a Nigerian something you perform. I can tell the difference between a Bangi person and a Bakosi person. I can tell the difference between a Bamileke and a Douala. I can tell the difference between an Hausa and a Pygmies. So it's phenotypical. There's your eyes, what your eyes see has to be real unless you have a filter, unless something is between your eyes and what you're seeing, unless what you're seeing unless you're telling me what I'm seeing doesn't exist, then what is then? So this is the kind of philosophical conversation that the kids are having. It's good to philosophize all the, but it's actually dangerous because it puts you in a position where you have no grounding in truth and everything is just up in the air and it's just what you make it. So you can wake up today and say, you know what, I don't feel like a moral person today. I'm a murderer. I identify as a murderer, so it can't be a crime because that's my nature. So I go out killing people. I identify as a MAP, minor attracted person, so I'm not a pedophile. That's my nature. You see how this kind of logic can become a problem? And if you're able to see that problem, then how don't you see the flaw in the logic? America is in trouble.
Parts of our brains fire. So
Okay,
for
so-
men, for example, our amygdalas are not as high working as women. You know what amygdala is the threat assessment part of
So
your brain.
obviously, like your birth, so there's a difference between the concept or what sex is, which is a biological aspect, and what gender is.
That's what they are being taught in school. That's why they are all repeating this thing, because that's what they are being taught in school. College has fooled you. College has lied to you. They are separating gender and sex. Gender is another word for temperament, for character. I don't even use gender to identify people. It's a woman, it's a man. Gender is just one of these buzzwords that it's just whatever you make it. No. And you can't take that and then try to chip at what a woman is. Real women know what a woman is. These kids nowadays that have never struggled, they have no challenges, they have no true purpose, so to speak, in life. They just feel like they have to champion a cause. They just feel like they need to fight for something. And what is left to fight for? There's nothing left but this.
Is,
No, for
which
sure.
is a social construct,
I
right?
reject gender completely as a different word. It's really
Okay, so
personality.
that's where the debate is.
Yes.
Is the existence of gender.
Gender means personality.
Okay.
I don't
agree.
doubt that biological men might
How
have
would you
feminine
how would you
type
define
characteristics.
race on that point?
How would I define
How would you
race?
define race?
Well, race is a very difficult topic.
Okay, because I think that it's a really important thing to discuss when it comes
here's
to
the thing,
terms of
if
this.
I draw
because
if I draw blood, if
is
there
it ethnic lines?
if you have a blood sample of a black individual and a white individual,
By the way, when it comes to race, that's another giant lie in America. There's only one race, it's the human race. Now, there's people from different ethnicity, or yeah, there's different from people from different cultures, from different ethnicity, like people that look darker, people like look brown, people that are taller, people that have small eyes, people that have big eyes, people that are, I don't know, skinnier, not so skinny, the FAT word that for whatever reason you can't use. Um, there's different phenotypical humans, right? But I just want to say that the educational system in America has just, and all of they do this by just destroying definition, something that is defined, something that has a definition. They decide that, you know what, let's wipe it off, let's redefine it to whatever we want, and the consequence of that is that it creates these kids are just confused. This young
I
lady is
can't tell you which one
confused.
is which. If I have a blood sample of a man and a woman, I can tell you which one is which, just by running very simple elementary blood tests. So, for example, if there was a Hispanic or a white, there is no difference in the genetic coding. There just isn't.
Why
We
is
don't
it
see-
important that someone's okay.
My next claim is that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate.
God damn it, Charlie. God damn it. Ah, shit. Ah, he's right. You're not supposed to say that, Charlie. Man, you're exposing them. Now they're gonna be mad at you, bro.
A lot of competition, Mason.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Can I define what a DEI candidate is?
I think that you're going to say because she's black and she's a woman, she was appointed because Joe Biden promised that, and it's not a
Diversity, equity, and inclusion. One of the earlier conclusions I came to when I started really paying attention to the left is that they, and I actually want to give credence and credit to the left. The left, the liberals, what I call the liberals, they almost always have brilliant ideas. They have great ideas. They are great at framing the problem, at identifying root causes. There's only one problem. They really suck at solutioning. The solutions almost always either doesn't solve the problem or make it worse. That is one of my biggest issues. Let me use the example of the abortion situation. See, the reason why, in my opinion, the reason why there's a lot of abortions is because there's a lot of unwanted pregnancies. And the reason there's a lot of unwanted pregnancies is because kids have sex without understanding that there's going to be a consequence. And the reason kids have sex without understanding that there's going to be a consequence is because they don't understand sex. The solution that the liberals came up with, well, let's educate them on sex. However, the problem with that solution is that instead of teaching children about sex, it actually just sexualizes them. You see that they identify the problem correctly, they frame the problem, they identified the problem, they defined it correctly. However, when it came time to solution, the solution was actually counterproductive. It made the bad situation worse. The same can be said when it comes to racism. If you understand CRT, if you understand racism in America, because that is real, they correctly identify the fact that when America was created, the culture was a racist culture. Black people didn't have the same rights. Black people were not full citizens. They were considered 3 feet of a human. Black people could not vote. Black people were enslaved. They weren't free. Therefore, the system was unfair. That is actually true, and that is actually correct. Fast forward, civil rights movement. We desegregate, we integrate, we try to form a more perfect union. Fast forward from the civil rights movement all the way through the Jim Crows, and then you fast forward to today, you have DEI. DEI is supposed to be the solution to the problems that racism caused. And that's another way to look at it. Maybe targeting the symptom may actually be a bad idea. Maybe that's actually what's happened. Maybe their solutions are bad because they're not targeting the root causes, they're targeting the symptoms. That could be the part of the problem. Yeah, actually, I'm thinking about this on the fly. These are my real thoughts. These are completely unfiltered. So I use the example of sex ed to show you how you can identify a problem correctly and then your solution makes it worse. I'm using the example of racism now to tie that again to DEI to show you that the original problem is correct. The correct solution is what the civil rights movement actually did. And of course, you can argue there's no perfect solution, but that's the most correct solution. Like to try to change the culture by changing the laws and by changing people's minds. That is how you solve the problem. What DEI is doing, DEI is attacking the actual consequence of the problem. It's not attacking the root cause. So DEI says that I know there was racism, I know there are laws that are bad, but instead of attacking or building on top of the legacy of the civil rights movement, or so they think they are, they're going over now to corporations and saying, no, you know what? You have to hire 50% black here. You have to hire 50% woman here. You have to. Instead of actually realizing that, wait, the reason there are not a lot of people of color here is not necessarily because people are just racist. That's why I say if you start with the false premise, if you start with the false ideology, you're going to run into problems because DEI is actually trying to target the symptom of a deeper problem, which is racism, which by my account, maybe I'm just new, maybe I'm just naive, I don't think is that bad. And mind you, I've been the victim of it. I've had a gun put on me just because I'm black. Trust me, I've experienced racism. But I happen to think that it's not as bad as these people make it out to be, because that's exactly where he's going to go.
A testament to her
Not
success.
only that, but also in her getting the nomination, the Democrat Party, they said repeatedly, we do not want to pass over a black female.
And it's fair to say that Joe Biden literally said that he wanted his vice president to be a black woman, to be a woman. I don't know if he said black woman or woman, but basically he made that point. So it's the optics of having a female vice president that drove the selection of Kamala Harris for VP. It wasn't because of her sheer competency. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like when you want to hire a manager at your company, even if you're a woman, let's say you are a woman and you have a business, you want a business to be successful. Let's even say that you actually want to hire a woman. Are you just going to go out and hire any woman? Think about it. Let's say it's a role that you firmly believe that no, you want a woman in this role. Are you going to hire any woman? Are you not going to hire a woman that's actually competent? And let's say you are not able to find a competent woman, then what do? You hire a competent man. Just because they are men, they are not just men. They have to be competent men. Because if you're not competent, if I'm running a company, just because you're a man, I'm not going to hire you just because you're a dude. That's stupid. That's dumb. I'm going to hire you not because you're a man or because you're a woman, because you're competent, because I want my business to succeed. If I'm hiring a salesperson, I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I want somebody that can drive sales. That is the metric. That's what I'm looking for. I couldn't care less if you are, I don't know, a lesbian or transgender. I'm telling you, if I have a company and there's a guy that is a transgender, lesbian, gay, transsexual, or pansexual, but he's a fucking he or she, whatever pronouns his pronouns is, a fantastic salesperson. That's why I'm hiring you. I don't give a shit about your identity politics. I don't give a shit about your the color of your skin, what you identify as, and all that shit. Keep that shit outside of my business. I'm hiring you because of your skill set. I'm hiring you because I need somebody to drive my sales. I'm not hiring you because I want to please you. I'm not your dad. I'm not your friend. I'm a business. See what I'm saying? And that is how it's supposed to work. I've been in corporate America for a while, and I don't understand why, as in a corporation, you will hire somebody because of DEI. I don't get it. I could never get it. And I'm saying that because when I'm going to say this, people are going to, no, 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 no. Diversity, diversity. No, no, no. Forget that nonsense. Even if it comes to diversity, it should not just be diversity of skin color and appa. I'm speaking as somebody that whenever I'm in corporate meetings, I'm almost always the only black and the only African person in the room at the same time. The thing that makes me feel good or makes me feel like, oh, I'm that G, I'm that nigga. No, no, that's lame. I wish I had more people in that look like me, that come from where I come from, in the rooms that I'm in. But the fact of the matter is, not a whole lot of people that come where I come from have my skill set. That is the actual problem. It's not because they are black, it's because they can't do what I can do. There's a lot of Asians. I work with a lot of Asians and with a lot of Indians. You think they hire them because they're Asians and Indians? No, they hire them because they have the skill set, because they know their stuff. That is the reality. And if you're hiring somebody outside of that, that makes you one. If you're hiring somebody because of the color of their skin and because of their sex, you are a racist, you are a sexist, and you are foolish, and you're stupid, and you are dumb. Because your venture, whatever you're trying to accomplish, is going to fail. Look at the track record of Kamala. Look at what's happened with the border. Record history, illegal immigration. Record history. Look at inflation. Look at the prices of gas. Look at, like, you can tell. And this is why I'm saying that the Democrats have made it so easy for Trump to win, that anybody that is not locked into this ideological bubble, that just looks at the fact it's a no-brainer. People that go beyond the fact that she's a woman and she's black, that look at anything other than those two attributes, were like, what the fuck would I want to vote for this woman? She is incompetent. Period. Point blank. I don't give a shit. I have sisters. Mind you, I'm the only boy in our household. But I'm not gonna have my sister hired just because she's a woman. No, she has to be competent. That's why they need to see your resume. That's why they need to see your track record. So we know what you have done. And that's why you get interviewed, so we can assess to see if you actually have the skills that you claim you have. That is reality. Why? Okay, if you're just going to hire people based on the color of your skin, why does everybody that gets hired need to go through an interview? Sometimes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 interview rounds. Why do they interview people then? If DEI is really what should be driving success and whatever else, why do you interview anybody? Just say, okay, submit, put your name on a piece of paper and just put your picture, then put your gender, and then, oh, okay, this is a woman and she's black. Okay, I'm gonna hire her. That's basically what they did for Kamala. They just went off of that. Because, and when I say track record, listen, I'm not just talking about the fact that she was a prosecutor, about the fact that she's a lawyer and all of that. Those are qualifications. Let's look at, if you want to hire a VP, And I'm not even saying that she's more qualified than me. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not even qualified to be the vice president of anything. Let's get that out of the way, okay? And don't come here talking about who are you, what are you, you're not qualified. Shut the hell up. I have common sense. That's something that God gave all of us. And if you're not using yours, it's not my fault. Okay? So if she's not qualified, if he, she, it, or whoever is not qualified for the job, you're not getting the job. Point blank, period. I don't care. I don't care.
Okay, so just those two things, but the first one is stronger. You're right. Joe Biden said, I'm going to put on my vice presidency a black female.
Right.
Right. So his
Promise that
criteria
he
was,
kept.
yeah, and that was like Karen Bass and Kamala Harris.
Okay.
So she was not chosen because of her intellect or her accomplishments or because of any of that. It was
And when you say that as a white person, they're gonna call you racist. I'm saying that as a black person. So am I racist? I really get tired of people throwing these isms around. Oh, you're a racist, you're homophobic. Isms and bigs. Homophobic, transphobic, and phobic and isms. What? What are you talking about? Get out of your ideological, quit seeing everything through the lens of racism. And that is part of the problem with this CRT, because everything you see outside is just racism. If somebody slams on the brake too hard, they are racist. If somebody bumps into you in a restaurant, they are racist. If somebody smiles at you, they are racist. If somebody doesn't smile at you, they are racist. If somebody smiles at you, they are racist. If somebody breathes around you, they are freaking racist. Give me a break. Jesus, America, give me a fucking break. Ooh-wee. This country. Lord have mercy on America. Some of us are still, as Jesus, I promise you, some of us still have common sense. We are not all lost. Please, please, don't destroy us yet. We are going to fight.
because she happened to fit a couple boxes. In fact, Amy Klobuchar, the vetting at the time was that Amy Klobuchar would have been a better VP,
Okay.
and Kamala ended up getting it. So it's just a statement of fact that she is there not because of her brilliance or accomplishments, but because of her ethnicity.
So Kamala Harris, first and foremost, there are a lot of criticisms that you can give to her on why she wouldn't be an effective president. It shouldn't be because she's a woman or because she's black. And it seems to be that you're
that's
saying
not
that
it.
as
No,
a criticism.
I just want people to understand and agree she didn't earn this.
She
Because-
absolutely did.
well,
She
no,
has
hold on a
she has a
second.
career where she's
No,
been not only a
do-
DA.
This is what I was saying. They will bring up her career. Let's look at her career. Somebody that put a whole bunch of people in jail for no reason. She almost had a black man killed, even though there was evidence and she knew and she laughed about it when she was asked. She's putting parents in jail because kids are not going to school. That feels a lot. That's even worse. Like even in Cameroon, that nobody has ever tried that nonsense. That because kids don't come to school, you put parents in jail. What? That sounds like something that you do in the Soviet Union or maybe back in Mao's days, Mao Zedong in ancient China or something. Like that is so wild. Who thinks about things like that? The only person that would think about things like that is somebody that thinks that the state is all powerful and is almighty and can do whatever it wants and it can come into your house to check how you cook the food for your child, to check how you make your bed, to check if you're sitting up or sitting down, to check the color of your blinds, to check if you're saying ill things against the government. Like who operates like that? That is giving a lot. That is giving socialist vibes. Like that is wrong at the core. I do not understand how that can be okay. And somebody with that track record, I've seen a lot of videos all over social media, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, where people are coming out and spilling the bean on how Kamal. I have no idea. I don't know. I didn't know this lady she became VP. But when people start telling you about the reality of how she handled her prosecutorial powers in California, it makes you cringe. Like my wife says, it makes my booty itch. That's insane. She's power drunk and she's not competent. The reason that every time they ask her a question is elusive is not because she doesn't want to say, it's because she doesn't know. Or maybe she knows, she just doesn't want to say it because she knows she wants to take the guns away. She knows she wants to. She knows she wants to. She just wants to do. So she's in a mindset where she thinks that the government has a lot of money. I'm not saying they don't. That she can just take around and just control and do price gouging, price control here, build houses here. Like, if you actually speak to the professional, she's insane. Where are you gonna get the money from? She's gonna tax the hell out of the middle class and give all the money to corporations. See, the good thing about Trump is that the guy is like, you know what? I'm not gonna sit here and BS you. I'm gonna give a tax break to the corporation because that's one of the most effective way to give a tax break to the middle class, because a lot of the middle class mostly work for the corporations, and those corporations, in fairness, will have to pass that tax down. It is true that they are not obligated to, but guess what? If you don't pass it down, then that will tell everybody what kind of corporations you are. Take the example of Costco. When Trump gave the tax break to corporations, Costco benefited. Even though Costco donated to Joe Biden's campaign, they were not in alignment with Trump. Trump won, gave the tax break to all corporations, whether or not you supported his campaign, didn't matter, you benefited. And employees of Costco got a raise. People went from $15 to $18 an hour, from $18 to $21 an hour. Everybody got a raise. That is how it's supposed to work. You can't just sit there and say, no, I'm just gonna give money. Like, Kamala doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. She's not competent. I am not convinced. I'm not convinced that Kamala is competent. I've listened to her. I'm still to find out one original idea that she would actually try to implement that actually makes sense. Hell, she's in office right now. SpaceX just went on the Polaris Dawn mission. They didn't even talk about it. They didn't even mention it. Like, that's a lifetime. Like, that's the only company in the world, the only company in America that has done anything like that. The only other entities that do that are states. Only China and Russia are even capable of attaining the International Space Station. SpaceX went beyond where NASA can go right now. And you are not acknowledging that private industries, there are people that are working. They have already built the fifth starship that was supposed to fly. The FCC and the FAA and the others, they are not able to just give them authorization. Bureaucracy, people that are sitting there for hours doing nothing. People are able to build a whole rocket, build a whole system ready to go, and all you have to do is authorize. You cannot authorize. You are telling me a government like that is good for the people? Listen, don't get me started.
Yeah,
DEI stands for
one of the biggest.
Didn't earn it, just so we're clear. But like
it stands for diversity, equity, inclusion.
No,
I like the meme though.
I know what it is. But do you at least admit and acknowledge that when Joe Biden was searching for a VP, he cared more about skin color and a female than the smartest, best person?
So the whole conversation with this affirmative action.
What Charlie said is true. That's the truth. Virtue signaling. You want to give a signal that, because people are so caught up in symbolism, they want to be able to see themselves. When I was growing up, I didn't see anybody around me that did what I did. I've been able to access rooms and places where I never saw anybody. Call me a pioneer, say what you want, but the idea that you want to sacrifice hard work, you want to sacrifice grit, you want to sacrifice what is right just for symbolism, just to please people, make people feel good, that's bullshit. I don't buy that. I don't even think I don't think my younger sister needs to see Kamala Harris in the White House for her to understand that she can do something. I already told her she could. I'm her big brother. She doesn't need Kamala. And she could get there someday. But not like that. Not because she's black or she's a woman. No. Because she's competent. Want her to get a good education, be grounded in truth and in reality, have a husband, have a family, have kids, understand, have some skin in the game. Because most of these people that are even doing this thing have no kids. So they don't even care if it all goes to shit. They don't care. Those of us that have kids are like, holy cow, this is what my kid is gonna live in. Do you know what they are teaching kids in school? The Department of Education is pushing to teach kids in public school. They are sexualizing our kids. And this is the stuff that these people all are agreeing to and supporting. How could you? Damn you, Democrats. Damn you all.
with DEI, the whole reason why people bring it in is to make this imaginary scenario that there's a super qualified white man who was overpassed by this unqualified.
See, you're making that up in your head. That's not the reality. There's a lot of black people. I guarantee you, even Barack Obama would have done much better than freaking Kamala. He could have picked Michelle Obama. I think she would have been more competent. Maybe Karen Bass would have been more competent. I don't know. Pete Buttigieg would have been more competent. Somebody that has competence. I don't really care about your identifiers. That is the problem. You guys keep thinking about identifiers like that is the it or be all. It's not all about racism, sexism, and colorism. There's such a thing as competence. Jesus Christ, man.
Stupid idiot.
But hold on,
person of color, which is such a terrible analogy because it's not true.
His own team
it's
said
absolutely
it.
not true.
But Mason,
that's not what it is.
His
Joe
own
Biden
team,
did not say I'm going to choose an unqualified person and just
his
because
own
she's
team.
black.
His own team.
He's
said
saying that I'm going to have two qualified people. If one comes from a different experience, it might be better to have a diversity and have a better
That's not
perception
true.
in forms of
You're
government.
trying to smooth it in and sugarcoat it. You're trying to rationalize. That is what you think he thought, but that's not what he did. Okay, there's a difference between you actually assessing the facts and coming out to a conclusion versus you misinterpreting the facts and re-articulating it in a way that suits, in the way that satisfies your own brain versus you actually accepting that the fact of the matter is it was the most important thing for Joe Biden was to have a woman that was black as a VP. Everything else was secondary to that. Everything else. And that claim is just true. I don't care what he says. Charlie is right.
South Carolina debate that I will pick a black woman as my vice president. Secondly,
boom, he said that. Fact check me on this one.
Amy Klobuchar came out.
Is this a random black woman that he plucked off the street? Or is this a qualified DEA general attorney?
See, qualified DEA, go talk to the people in California. Just sitting in the bubble and just looking at the media, say she's a good lady, she's a kind lady, yeah. That's what you believe. There's a lot. Matter of fact, don't even listen to people on the social media. Don't even listen to news sources. Try to find videos of individuals, real people that live in real houses, that have real lives and real jobs, and let them tell you how the decisions this woman made impacted their life at scale. If you want to start counting, you're going to run out of fingers and toes. And everybody in your household, you're going to count through all your fingers and toes, and you're still going to keep finding cases. She is not competent. She's not serious. At first, I thought it was just imposter syndrome, but it's not imposter syndrome. She just doesn't even know. She did better on that debate than Trump did, apparently, because she wasn't fact-checked, and it was 3 against 1. I thought that she did better. To be fair, she did better than I expected. Yes, but still, she is too shallow. How are you going to take down cost and prices? You start telling the story about the fact that you were a middle-class kid. You grew up in a neighborhood where people cared about your lawn, that your mother, you had a second mother that was an entrepreneur, that you care about the dreams and aspirations of the people of the United States. I just asked you, how are you going to reduce the price of groceries? The reason you don't answer that is because you don't have a plan to reduce the price of groceries, or you know that your plan is BS and it wouldn't work. You just care that you want to be in power. And a lot of you young people are so blinded. You are so much in the matrix. You are so zoned in. You're so locked into this ideology that you just refuse to see the obvious. Massa.
Who's had a decorated career leading government positions. But you keep rambling about things that just aren't relevant to what we're talking about.
It is relevant. Amy Klobuchar in vetting came across as the more qualified candidate.
Why?
Because they said Kamala Harris wasn't very smart, wasn't very bright. That's their own vetting documents.
From who?
Joe Biden's own vetting documents.
So why would he go against that?
Vice president candidates vetted by then Democratic nominee President Biden had to submit documents to more than a dozen lawyers. In general, vice president vetting goes over every aspect of a candidate's life, down to their high school romances.
Because the base of the Democrat Party demands tribal politics and DEI politics over competency.
This is why I keep saying that if you stay in shit long enough, you quit smelling it. This is another bot. He's a bot. He's a BOT. He's a bot. He just doesn't know it. He's Agent Smith. They are all agent Smiths. There's 20 agent Smiths in this bitch. The only person that is woke in this debate right now, there's only one woke person. That's Charlie. Everybody else is asleep.
Yes,
completely inaccurate.
he stated to Jim Clyburn said, "I will only endorse you in the South Carolina primary if you say that you're going to put a black person, preferably a black female, on your ticket with you." Therefore, you winnow the entire universe down and say, "I'm only going to choose from this criteria." And let's just think more broadly. If you're about to have heart surgery, would you rather have a heart surgeon that's good and excellent, knows what he's doing, or someone that is a black female?
So,
and being president's more important than being a heart surgeon.
Aren't you on record saying that you'd be terrified if there was a black pilot
Yeah,
that was flying
yes,
your
I did
airplane?
say that. But why?
Okay, cool.
What was the full quote?
They take him out of context. See. First of all, he completely ignores the analogy, and it's a very functional analogy, because arguably you being the vice president is more important than being a surgeon, because as a vice president you make decisions that doesn't just impact one life at a time. It impacts millions, if not billions, of lives of people that could hurt them. People die, people suffer, people have life-changing events because of a decision you made. So that's more important. But if you as a human being, clearly he doesn't want to answer that. He goes now to the fact that Charlie says, and I'm going to let Charlie speak here for a minute, but you clearly see that he doesn't want to rebuttal that, because, and this is what happens to them, when you break their logic, they say, oh crap, that makes sense, that is right, and that breaks down my ideology, therefore my ideology doesn't make sense, but I want to stick to it. Let's shift the goalpost, let's just go to something else. Why don't you confront the logic that Charlie's the proposition of Charlie? Why don't you deal with the fact that you would much rather have a competent surgeon operate on your heart versus just a surgeon that happens to be black and happen to be a woman? Why don't you admit that? And that is also true for a pilot. I fly a lot for work. I'd be damned if they tell me that an airline is hiring people just because they are black, and I would never book my flight with that airline again. I'm telling you. When I'm flying, I don't really care if you're black or you're white. I only care if I get there safe. I don't want the plane to crash on me. I don't want you to hire a whole bunch of engineers just because they are black. I want the plane to fly and land safely. I couldn't care less if the engineer is white, black, or yellow, male or female. What does that have to do with me landing safely? I couldn't care less. Say what you will. That, and everybody knows this. I don't know why people are just scared to say it. Everybody knows this stuff. Why are you scared to say it? It's obvious. That's because it's common sense and everybody has it. But for some reason, there's this woke mind virus that has put everybody to sleep, and we happen to be the only people that are woke in this country. What is going on? How are you going to sit there and say you much rather have a black female vice president than have a competent vice president? If something happens to Joe Biden right now, which it kind of is, she's supposed to take over. You are giving oh man. If you're right, all of us have ridden on the bus. Maybe most people haven't been on a plane before. Everybody has been on a bus, or most people have been on a train. A train is kind of auto. Let's say everybody has been in a car or in a bus. When you're in a car, do you want the person that is behind that steering wheel to know how to drive, or do you care that the person is a certain gender or a certain race? And you have to go from point A to point B. Let's not even say you're going far, you're just going from point A to point B. Do you care that the person behind the wheel actually has the skill to drive the car? If you say no, you're being disingenuous, because you know the answer is yes. But at the same time, you know the answer breaks down your logic that it has to be identity, racial, and nepotic politics. You only care about it when it's a theory. When it comes to practical things, when you take it into real life, you're like, oh shit, no, that doesn't make sense anymore. No shit, it does not. It does not. So quit with this political ideology bullshit. I'm just so tired of it. Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it real. Nobody cares. Let me say it again. I'm a black person. I was born in Africa. I'm in America. And I'm a black person. I still have my black card. I'm married to a black woman. I have black babies. Right? Okay? So, no, I do not care if my pilot is black or a woman. No, I do not care if my surgeon is black. I only care if they know how to do their job. Point blank, period. And if they happen to be black, great. They happen to be white, great. Who flipping cares? Why is the race of the pilot more important than the skill of the pilot? Why is that above the skill? Do you think there's any white person that's walking around this year saying, you know what? I really care that my pilot is white. I don't really care that he knows how to fly the plane. Do you really think there's any white person walking around saying that to themselves? If you are a fool.
Quote.
I personally, I don't know. If you want to expand on that.
Yeah, so this ties into this. United Airlines said that half of all their new hirees are going to be black or women, and that standards and pursuit of excellence is not going to be taken.
United Airlines. Okay, no, I usually do American and Delta. United, no, I don't do United. I'm a Delta guy and I'm an American guy. United Airline, Boma, very careful. You are going to lose a lot of customers. If this is true, I will try to stay away from your airline because I don't want to be flying with a plane that has a pilot just because they are black or just because they are a woman. I want pilots that know how to do their job. Now, you know what? For the flight attendants, yeah, you can do that. You can decide to DEI your flight attendants. I couldn't care less. And the only reason I don't care is because there's no impact to me. I don't care if I have a white attendant that's racist. I really don't care. It's not that serious to me. I'm just gonna be on that flight for 30 minutes, 40, an hour maybe, 2 hours tops, 3 hours tops. Okay, I'm landing, I'm done. I'm going on about my business. But the pilot, no, don't joke. Don't joke like that, please. Don't be joking with people.
Taken as seriously as diversity. When I'm flying a plane, I want to know my pilot is there because they're a good pilot, not because they fit some DEI box.
Damn it, I wish we could have a better conversation.
Thanks. I'm sorry, man. Fast, man.
Okay, so let's say that Kamala Harris was the DEI hire as vice president. Do you think she's also a DEI hire as the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, they decided to go to her almost immediately.
I don't think she's a DEI hire, but I think this. I think the Kamala Harris being the Democratic nominee is not a DEI hire. It's for a completely different reason. The reason is that the Democrats have done this before. That's exactly what they did with Hillary Clinton. And this is why I say the Democrat Party is not even a party of democracy. Because I have a question. Who selected Kamala Harris? Okay. Question for everybody that's gonna vote for Kamala. All Kamala Harris voters, come here. Are you voting for Kamala? Come here. Yeah. Call all your friends, all the Kamala voters. I want to talk to you guys right now. Bring it on. Come in. I have one question for you, all of you voting for Kamala Harris. Question: who selected Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee? Now, I don't expect you to answer that question because you don't know. I don't know either. But I can tell you who selected Donald Trump to be the nominee. Most of the Republican base vote. There was a real primary on the Republican side, but there was zero primary on the Democratic side. For whatever reason, that's on y'all. Y'all decided that you wanted to roll with Biden for whatever reason, even though y'all knew that he was, he wasn't doing very well mentally. But you guys stuck with him. You put politics over people. That's what happens. Kind of looks like that's exactly what you did. Now, from a political standpoint, brilliant move. That's as a politician, I can only applaud what you did with Kamala Harris. That is brilliant. That you basically saved the day. I get it. However, as voters of the Democratic Party, who selected her? Did you? Did any of you, anybody listening to me right now, did you select Kamala Harris to represent you as a Democrat voter in the United States 2024 elections? If you did, please leave a comment under this. Leave a comment in this video right now. Leave a comment. Tell me how you did that. Did you vote for her in the primaries? I bet you didn't. You know how I know? Because there was no primaries. So give me a break, okay? She's not a DI candidate, but she damn wasn't selected by the people. She damn well wasn't selected by none of you picked her. How did she get there? I'm just saying. You cry about democracy all day. Your own party is the least democratic party in the history of democratic parties in the United States. Because that's the oldest party. It's not democratic. I'm not even arguing for how it's been in the past. Like today, it's just not democratic today. I don't know enough about the past. I know it's the oldest party in the land, but I don't really care. I'm just saying right now, today, it's not democratic. Prove me wrong.
Immediately, because she is the VP, but also because she fits some criteria boxes. But let me ask you.
You don't think it's because Joe Biden nominated or
No,
said
no, for sure, that's part of it. Of course it is. But let me ask you, what's her greatest achievement or accomplishment?
Her greatest achievement or accomplishment? I'd say her greatest achievement or accomplishment is completely destroying the Republican Party within like 2 weeks of being nominated.
How is
Like
she-
in the polls, she's just absolutely.
Huh? Sorry.
Those kids, the thing is a joke. They can't even. Most of the time, when I hear these questions asked, this question about what is her greatest accomplishment, one of the most common answer I hear is the fact that she is black and she's a woman in a position of power. That's really what it's come down to. These people don't understand the word of men. Do you really think that because men have been running the world, oh, we men, as I'm a man, it's easy for me? They're just like, oh, since I'm a man, they're gonna give me this, they're gonna give me that. I don't admit this is why I'm not sure I even understand the logic behind this rationale, because maybe you guys think that because she's a woman and she's black and she's in a position of power, that means things are all of a sudden gonna get easy. No, it's actually gonna get worse because she's not taking care of the shit she's supposed to take care of. Look at the shit show we have today with Venezuelan gangs taking over apartment complexes in Colorado, in Aurora, Colorado. We have Haitian migrants, which is even funny because the Haitian migrants are actually not even illegal migrants. They are technically speaking legal because they have the TPS. They are in I know they're no, they're in is it Ohio? Yeah, I think they're somewhere in Ohio, Springfield. Yeah, Springfield, Ohio. That's where they are, and they're technically not even illegal, but they are causing problems. See what I mean? So you really have to be careful when you're talking about this stuff because it's not healthy. You really have to put your own people first. This is gonna be bad for all of us, including me, and I'm a legal immigrant. And this whole debacle by the Kamala Harris regime is gonna screw it up for every future legal immigrant that's supposed to actually get the chance to come here, because she just botched the whole thing for everybody. And you're going to create an anti-immigration sentiment in this country that's going to impact me. Why? Because you couldn't manage the border correctly. Calm down. Calm down. Woosah. Woosah. Woosah.
How are you? Nice to see you. What's your name?
Amanda.
Amanda.
So you believe because Kamala is black and a woman, she was chosen for
It's not
vice
my own
president?
belief. Her own team, Joe Biden said that. He said,
Joe Biden said that?
Yeah, he said, I'm first, because beforehand he said, I'm going to choose.
Just like he said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. He also said that, didn't he? Psh, talking about being racist.
The black female for vice president. He didn't say, I'm going to choose the most gifted or the most talented or the most accomplished. He said, I'm going to choose a black female.
Mhm.
And so by definition, that is DEI.
That is not the definition of DEI. By him saying that he was going to choose a black female, that could insinuate that he already had Kamala in mind for the role. No way does that insinuate that she's DEI.
Well, what is DEI then?
Why do you have to go into insinuation? When somebody, see, that is the thing. When you want everything in the world to make sense in your dynamic and to be positive, but then when you get called out on the bullshit, on the fact she's the vice president, she was picked, wasn't she? She's in power, is she not? And yes, he also said all those things, didn't he? So put two and two together. She is a DEI hire. You're gonna try to dismantle the fact that no, she's not a DEI hire. What? She was hired because she was a woman and because she was black. She's a DEI hire.
DEI would be
Choosing somebody based on their race?
no. It's giving people a.
You're saying it in another. Okay, let's define what DEI is: diversity, equity, and inclusion. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. What they say diversity is diversity. You have to question it. What is diversity? Diversity of what? Equity in what sense? What do they mean by diversity? What do they mean by equity? What do they mean by inclusion? Diversity, they really mean diversity of race. That's just, I'm just observing the shit. Equity, they mean equality of outcome. They mean everybody's supposed to be rich. Everybody's supposed to have the same amount of money. Everybody's supposed to have the same level of happiness, the same level of wealth. That is equity in the eyes of these people. Inclusion, meaning you have to find every kind of person in every sphere of society. Meaning if you go to, whether it be in politics, whether it be in business, whether it be in the private sector, everywhere they want representation. That's just definitional. In that context, is a DI higher? What are you talking about? She fits the box. She's black. She's a woman. There's been no black woman vice president. Okay, there's no black woman vice president in history. We want representation in that sphere of political influence. Therefore, she's black. She's a woman. We're gonna put her up there. What? She's a DI higher.
Color the opportunity to be welcomed into spaces in which they typically
Like Kamala
aren't
Harris?
able to get
There's
into.
never been a female black vice president.
And why do you think that is?
Well, not why. You just said that's DEI.
That
So by definition, she's DEI.
okay, so she
So
represents diversity within the government.
Well,
Is
no, but
what
I'm
you're
just saying she got elevated because she was
No.
a black female. Because
If that were the case, I'd be the president right now.
do you
like
do you think Kamala Harris was chosen because of her intelligence?
her qualifications and her intelligence?
Really? Wow.
If you
What's her
compare
what's
a
her
speech
greatest
with Kamala,
accomplishment? What's her greatest
probably
accomplishment?
being prosecutor within the Northern Californian
Oh, really?
area.
You mean letting out violent criminals and turning San Francisco one of the most murderous, dangerous, arson-filled, homeless-filled slums in the country?
Wow.
That's her greatest accomplishment?
See, I actually went to UC Berkeley, so I lived there. I don't know if you did. I went around the
Berkeley
area.
is a slum.
Berkeley is a slum. Have you stepped into Berkeley?
Yes, I have. You think Oakland and Berkeley?
Have you lived in Berkeley?
Do you
I've lived in Oakland as well.
do you think-
You're basing your
You think the Bay
information.
Area is like a good area in this country?
I'm from Vegas, so I'm not from the Bay. Born and raised in Vegas and went to UC Berkeley. Just graduated this year. What you're saying, literally in no way, shape,
So I
or
just
form
want to be
makes
clear.
sense.
So you think her overseeing San Francisco becoming the laughingstock of the country is
San
her greatest
Francisco is not
accomplishment?
the laughing stock of the country. If anything, that's Florida. No offense, but
Well, hold on. If
Well, okay, when see this is why I said that these kids, they are just living an ideology. When he said that, she said she lived there, right? Why didn't she actually call out why she thinks it's not the laughing stock of the country? I've never been to San Francisco. How do I know about San Francisco? Because it's all over. That's where all the tech. I happen to be a guy. I'm very interested in tech entrepreneurs. I listen to a lot of tech people, tech billionaires from the. I just have a lot of. I listen to a lot of people that actually live and work in that city. Let's just put it that way. That's how I know it's bad. The Elons are complaining. David Saxes are complaining. Chamats are complaining. Everybody that actually works there and lives in San Francisco knows the homelessness problem is ridiculous. The drug problem is ridiculous. They give people money to basically use for drugs. And that's what they do. It's like a zombie city in real life. And she's going to act as if it's not happening. That is beyond me.
if that's the case, why are millions of people moving to Florida and millions of people leaving California?
because there are cheaper rates there.
She's right. Yeah, it's because things are a bit cheaper. They're not necessarily as cheap as here, because Florida is a bit more expensive than here. But it's not just that, but that's a big factor. And when you think about the price of things, it's not just, well, it's purchase for sure. You know, whenever you go to do groceries, everything is expensive, including here where I live. But you also have to think about the impact of taxation on people and businesses. A lot of businesses are leaving California because it's through the roof. People, business billionaires that you would think as people that are on the right and people are on the left combined, everybody is running away from California. We've had people move into our neighborhood, bought houses where I live, that ran away from California. So I know people are leaving California because I have seen them live with my own eyes. And you're gonna say, "Oh, it's because why is it so freaking expensive there?" I wonder if it has anything to do with the ridiculous taxation rates. Because you're trying to do all this fucking DEI, taking money from tax-paying citizens to give to a whole bunch of drug addicted users in the name of compassion, and in the name of inclusion, in the name of acceptance, in the name of love. Do you really think that's love? People are leaving California. Here's the deal. People are leaving California because it's too expensive. She's correct. But also because the taxes are through the roof. But there's a third factor. The cities are going to shit. People defecate on the sidewalk. There's a lot of homelessness. There's a lot of drug use. It's like a zombie apocalypse happening in real life. That's why people are leaving. They're not just leaving because they hate California or just because it's expensive. That's a big factor. Duh, it's expensive. But not only that, it's all these other things.
People are moving to Las Vegas. Las Vegas has changed as a whole.
It's cheaper because it's a better run state, and we don't give money to
Listen, Northern
illegals,
California
and we have
is
better
not
schools and
all.
lower
Northern
crime.
California is not the entirety of California.
Hold on a second, but
there's Southern California, Northern California.
Why is it that
it's
so
a
many
very big
businesses
state.
are leaving San Francisco if she did such a great job lowering crime?
Do you know businesses go where things are cheapest to operate?
Why are they cheaper? Because they're better run states.
Do you realize that California is one of the most populated states within the U.S.? So obviously
So is
costs are going
Texas
to be
and
higher.
California.
Not only that.
So these people will blame every problem that's happening to people on the system, right? They'll blame everything on the system, except when it comes to actually acknowledging that the system is the cause of one of the problems that they don't like, and then they will try to find like some way to shift the blame from the culprits, the people that run the city and the state. That's who's causing the problem. Because say what you will, say no, you can do, yeah, you can drive trains to the private sector, but you can never minimize or ignore the impact of the government and policies. Take for instance, let's take something like SpaceX. SpaceX has moved to Texas. SpaceX is a company that builds rockets, building the biggest freaking rocket ever built in the history of human civilization, as far as we know. That is fully reusable. They've been able to do that in under 15 years. And the federal government is unable to just do the paperwork so they can fly. Now, what does that tell you about the government? You can logically conclude that they are lazy, that they don't do their job, or they just don't know. They're just pointless. It's useless. And it's always the excuse of safety. I mean, it's just they have all these regulations that make no sense, and that just keep bugging people down. Now, I get it. You have to regulate industry. Trust me, I understand that industry needs regulation. Yes, but you have to strike a balance. When you overregulate, you hurt both industry and people. You don't let people advance, and you are hurting the people that are trying to move the country forward. For you to sit here and try to defend California and the people running California is laughable. California has become the laughing stock of the whole freaking country. Just so you know, with all that money, how many billions of dollars did they spend on building a railway that is, I don't know, 6 miles long? Really? With that amount of money in China, we will build like 10 of those railways. What is she talking about?
But land within this state is also very,
Yes.
very, very minimal. So that's
Well, hold on, you have tons of land. You're one of the biggest states.
yes,
in the
it
country.
is one of the biggest lands. But do you also take into account the population that's here?
Yes,
And due
Florida
to that,
and Texas have a greater combined population than California, and California has more population and more land mass than Florida. Why is it that San Francisco has a declining population and Miami, Tampa, Orlando have an increasing population?
what does this have to do with DEI?
Because she ran San Francisco poorly, and she was chosen as a VP because she was a black
She
woman.
didn't run San Francisco poorly.
She was the DA of San Francisco.
So
and then
she's prosecuted.
And then she became the AG of California, where crime went up, homelessness went up, arson went up, kidnapping went
She's
up,
not the
murder went up.
police.
Hold
Isn't
on.
that the job of the
Hold on a
police
second.
to get the criminals and for her?
The attorney general of the state is the top cop of the state.
Yes.
And what did she do to lower crime in California?
She convicted those who were guilty.
Why did crime go up?
Because as the population increases and
Then-
this
So
economy gets
why-
worse, no,
Why is
gets worse.
crime rate going
People
down?
are becoming more and more desperate, which leads to passive crime.
Thank you.
It's and I grew up in a city. So I grew up in Kumba. There's an area in my city. It's called Fiango, and this place has a reputation nationwide to be one of the most dangerous neighborhoods, where not only crime is prevalent, but also well, not just like regular crime as in assault and stabbings and fightings and robberies and so on and so forth, but you also have like white collar type crimes. People make fake documents in Fiango, and anybody that is from Cameroon knows this. If you are from Cameroon and I say Fiango, you're like, ooh, I know that place. That place has a reputation, right? But it's funny how within that same city, matter of fact, I think it's one of the most popular like neighborhoods in the whole city. Everybody knows that neighborhood because they have a reputation. But all around that neighborhood, there are also safer neighborhoods like the one I grew up in. And it's different. How do you call it? Kumba 1, Kumba 2, and Kumba 3. I think it's like subdivision. So think about it as different like counties. Yeah. So that city is in one county. I was in another county. So how you run your county matters. How you run your city matters. You can't just say, oh, it's because the systemic situation and then people don't have resources and then people just steal. No, 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 no. You have to be accountable to your action. I don't care what the government of America does. I don't care if all my neighbors are racist, right? Let's just say that is the case. That still doesn't justify me going to Walmart and robbing Walmart. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm still gonna get prosecuted. Probably worse off than a white person. So be it, but I still committed that crime. So I'm not gonna sit here and say, just because the situation is bad, people should just go out. Do not create incentives for crime and do not let down your guard with crime. If you commit a crime, you need to go to jail. Let me say this again. If you commit a crime, you need to go to jail. Some people need to be in jail. Not everybody needs to be out in the open. That includes me. If I commit a crime, I need to go to jail. That, you know what, this should be a rhyme in nursery school, primary school, middle school, and even secondary school. Every kid should know, every kid that goes to school should know, if I ever commit a crime, I am going to go to jail. That is a very important. I had known this. This is so instinctual to me. There's something in Cameroon that's common in Africa. It's called popular justice. It's a concept that nobody in America has. Maybe we need to bring that back, because you all learned civilization from Africa, but you didn't learn everything. We have popular justice. Let me tell you why it's very difficult for petty crime to get out of hand in Africa. Because petty crime is actually not checked by law enforcement, it's checked by the people. It takes a certain level of crime to really require law enforcement. Petty crimes is very difficult, because if you commit petty crimes, the population judges and executes you automatically. That's why, personally, I never, first of all, felt the urge to steal. But on top of that, just what I saw happen to people that actually committed petty theft, you get burnt alive. I'm sorry to say this, it sounds ridiculous, but anybody that comes from Africa is going to tell you, do not steal. You don't steal not because the Bible tells you, because you understand that if you take from somebody without their permission and you steal and you get caught, your life is over. You're done. You only have to do it one time, and you will be lucky if the cops get to you first. I am telling you, that is how it works down there. You don't play. Do not steal, because here in America, you steal, oh, they call the cops. No, 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 no. You still in Africa, pray to God that the cops get to you first, because the population get hold of you, they'll beat you to death, they'll burn you to death. I do not condone violence. I'm just letting you know that there's a consequence when you steal. Do not think that you're going to go around committing crimes, damaging people's property, people's assets, hurting people, killing people, And some way, somehow, you're just gonna get away with it. No, 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 no. If you commit a crime, you're going to jail. If you commit a crime, you're going to jail. Remember that.
Mine will be quick. Mine will be really quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, so real quick, you're saying that the only reason she was elected is because she's black?
Well, first
So
of all,
that
Yes.
trumps her being a district attorney and all
First
the
of all, this is
accomplishments
not
she
my
has?
words. I'm just going on Joe Biden's own words.
Okay.
Joe Biden said, I'm going to preset criteria based on black women, and therefore she met that criteria, and that's why she was selected.
No, why? I think what he was trying to say is, she's just black. She was just calling her black. She's not saying I'm doing. He's
No,
not saying
he made a
he's
public
not
promise.
saying I'm doing this because she's black.
No, no,
That's
he-
not what she
he-
said.
He made a public promise before the selection even began and the process began. I will put a black woman on the ticket.
So you're saying her being district attorney doesn't matter. That's not why.
No, I
but
think she
yet,
did- no, no, I'm saying she
Trump
did an awful
being
job.
a failed businessman and making all the comments.
See how cocky these kids are. And you know why they call him a failed businessman? It's because they listen to the MSN. You really think Trump is a failed? Do you know how big this guy's hospitality business is? Do you know how many Trump towers there are in the world? Are you crazy, young lady? Who gave you the effrontery? Who gave you the courage? How dare you? Who gave you the Ottomaningapi to say Trump is a failed businessman? Have you ever started a business? I am a failed businessman. Trump is not a failed businessman. Are you mad? Are you mad? Why would you call him a failed businessman? I just don't like when people say stupid things and they are so confident. That is so dumb. Why would you say that? That's just, first of all, not true. And if you say, oh, because he's filed for bankruptcy, Jesus Christ. Oh, the kids nowadays. They don't understand business. I have at least tried and I've failed, and I understand the intricacies of business. For you to call Trump a failed businessman, that is one of the most arrogant things you can actually say. You have no idea how to start or run a business, let alone grow it to that scale, and you're going to sit here and call him a failed businessman. Are you serious right now? Are you serious? The disrespect, man.
Weird comments he's made.
Well, hold on a
That
second.
doesn't have any like.
What I'm getting at, though, is that if she was not a black woman, she never would have been chosen as vice president. Her record was abysmal. She was a terrible attorney general of California. She had poorly.
Yep. True story.
I'll be quick.
I'm so sorry.
She gets the next one.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just have to know. Do you think Tim Walz is a DEI
Yes.
candidate? Okay. I just want to see if
No,
you're consistent on that.
DEI does not mean black. Tim Walz was only chosen because the Democrat Party is doing so poorly with white men that they tried to find a white man that they could put on the ticket.
But then also,
It's true. Tim Walz is the first white DEI candidate in history.
Okay. In the
I actually teamed someone like Pete Buttigieg. Anyway, you know who I mean. Or somebody like the Shapiro guy would have been much better. Not that I agree with their policies or anything, but they just feel more competent, more articulate than this Tim Walz guy. The only reason I can think of as to why she picked Tim Walz is because of their ideology. People that operate on ideology. That is insane. Because he believes so much in the cause of the ideology that in his state, he made abortion legal till birth. That's the only reason I could rationalize. I'm not saying that she said that. I'm like looking at it because, for instance, let me do the same analysis for Trump. Quite honestly, I would have voted for Vivek Ramaswamy. That was my favorite candidate this season, this election season, if I could vote. That's who I would vote for. Even in the primaries, that's who I would have voted for. But when I look at the vice president pick for Trump, I still would have wanted him to pick Vivek Ramaswamy because I believe that that guy was the most competent, articulate, young, and vibrant person to be in that role. I didn't know who JD Vance is. I still think Vivek is better than JD, but the only reason I say that is because I think Vivek's vision, I think Vivek had a better vision than JD. I'm not too familiar with JD's politics or policies or vision. I just think Vivek is better. But I don't think that JD Vance is a poor pick either because I've actually heard the guy speak and oh shit, The guy has common sense. I don't hear that from anybody from the Democrat side. They have all this buzzword that they throw around. Extreme MAGA, that's one. Project 2025, that's another one. The extreme, a threat to democracy. He's a fascist. He's a Hitler. They have all these keywords that they all use. It's as if it's like a choir. That when you say it's no D, everybody go, oh! Everybody's saying the same thing. It's insane. It's like they're all bots. Yes, they operate like bots.
Democratic primaries, Kamala Harris was
true.
performing incredibly
He
well.
agrees.
No, she wasn't.
And she wasn't performing well in the primaries just because she was black. She was performing well in the primaries because during her time as a senator, she spoke incredibly eloquently. I used to watch when
Hold
I
on a
was
second.
little.
How
Yeah.
did she do in the Democrat primaries?
She did like much better than Amy Klobuchar.
There was no primary.
Hold on a second. She didn't even make it to Iowa. She dropped out months ahead of the first primary. She was super unpopular, not well liked. Her campaign fizzled out. So she was
popular
awful.
initially.
Initially, yes. And then
Yes.
the more people learned about her, the more realized she was awful.
Well, it was mostly because like progressives are really upset about her being a DA, which like can be like that's a completely
hold on.
different
Why
conversation.
aren't progressives
But-
upset about that now?
I mean, they are, but
They are?
But,
That's news to me.
but I
Everyone's
mean,
talking about how great a
no,
prosecutor she is.
progressives are definitely upset about the like how like the Biden administration has handled like the atrocities in Gaza and how like there are definitely things that Democrats are upset about. However, that's not the point of this conversation. And
That's correct. That is not the point. You're
that's
right.
not the point. What the point is that a lot of
What the point is that enough? Yeah.
Aw, thanks, guys. Okay. Hi, how you doing?
Great.
So, you keep saying that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, and I feel like my main fallacy with this argument is that competency can't be objectively determined because we all have subjective.
See, they have this philosophical analysis that they make. If you can't define anything, then nothing's mean nothing. It's like nothing makes sense anymore. It's like you could just say no. Competency is something that is measurable. It's not just. It's like competency is not your degree. When you want to hire, because I've hired drivers before. I used to own a small logistics company. When I want to hire a driver, I don't just look to whether you have a driver's license. Okay, that is required. Yes, I check that you have a valid license that's not suspended or anything. But I go beyond that. There's a reason why we do drug tests. There's a reason why we ask you about your experience. Who did you work for? Why did you leave? What was the situation? Competency has to do with positive experiences that allow you to do a job either good or better than the next random person. That's what competency is. You have to be able to perform the job that I'm hiring you for. And most of that usually comes from your previous experience. Now, you have experience, yes, but is this positive or negative experience? There are jobs that maybe require you to have negative experience. I'll give you that. If you want to destroy kids, if you want to teach them the wrong thing, you hire a really bad teacher, that would be a great fit for that position, wouldn't it? Right. But if you want to teach kids good stuff, you want kids to be smart, you want kids to understand communication, you want kids to understand math and physics, well, you need a competent teacher, not just somebody that has the qualification, somebody that has good experience, that's kind of well talented and well versed with what you're trying to do. And so that's who you hire. You don't hire people. So if you want to start shifting now the goalpost of what competency is, then we are never gonna get anywhere.
Definitions of what a competent politician is. But my question for you is, if Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, why is she beating Trump in the polls right now?
We'll see what happens in November.
Okay, but she's currently beating Trump in the
Yeah, this was then. That's when they just did this massive launch of her campaign, and the Beyonce her, they turned her into Beyonce, and she walked into her acceptance speech with the Beyonce music, and the whole media apparatus just beamed her into the minds of everybody else, just like the Matrix. They beamed her, they created this character, this magical person, and Sure enough, people bought into it. They're like, "Oh, Kamala, Kamala, Kamala." Yeah, who chose her? Did you choose her to become your to be your leader, or did somebody else in some office somewhere in Washington D.C. or somewhere where nobody knows, a few group of people came together, including Nancy Pelosi, because apparently she's the one that delivered the bad news to Joe Biden that, "Oh, buddy, you ain't gonna run this time." Ask Nancy Pelosi, who chose Kamala to be the Democratic nominee? Because it's damn sure not the American people that chose her. This is the hill I'm willing to die on. She was not chosen by the people. Y'all need to tell us who chose her. How did she get there?
The polls. So either
if the polls are right, I grant you that.
he's incompetent,
or maybe she's a new candidate with a big surge.
I can find a whole bunch of random Americans that must have voted for Trump. I'll be hard pressed to find a single one that voted for Kamala in the primaries because she didn't even run no primary. There was no real primary in the Democrat side. They stopped every Democrat politician that tried to run was smashed, was stopped. Go ask RFK. Why did he leave the freaking party?
Doing good.
I would caution you being a little, like, this point in the election, getting too cocky, because we remember what happened with
I'm not
Hillary
getting
Clinton.
cocky. I'm asking you to answer a question. If she is incompetent, how could she beat the president, who you said is an
as of
amazing
the
president?
She hasn't
film,
beaten the president. She's fresh meat. People are excited. Let's wait to find out what she has in her mind. When they start interviewing her, which they have, those polls have changed.
To me how many times
She doesn't
sat
lead
down for an
anymore.
interview.
They're like neck to neck in all the polls. They are showing like a difference of one. He could be like 50, she's like 49. It could be like 51, she's like 50. So they are like really, really tight. But I'm gonna tell you this, I don't believe those polls because most of those polls are leftist polls that are carried out with leftist pollsters that tend to favor Kamala. So every time you see a poll that says that Trump is neck to neck with Kamala, in all reality, you need to add at least 8 to 15 points on top of Trump polls because those polls are not actually real. I have a gut feeling that this year is going to be a landslide by every measure. If not the biggest, one of the biggest landslide victory in presidential election history of the United States. I swear to God. I'm just letting you know. Because they have made it so easy for Trump to win. Trump didn't even have to do everything he's doing. They've made it so easy for him. They did such a perfectly bad and porous job that all Trump has to do, he may not even have a policy. He just needs to show you what the results of their policy is. But on top of that, he actually has a track record. There is no version of this in which the American people that are not locked in the matrix will look at this and say, nah, we want 4 more years of Kamala. Hell no.
She refuses to talk to the press, refuses to take questions. She's done not one sit-down interview in nearly 25 days at the filming of this interview, mind you.
I
which
think
don't know
that
when
is
this will be
a
posted.
very weird point to make.
Well,
why would
why
I
is it-
count how many times Kamala Harris has had?
She doesn't even understand why she should count that. You don't care. You don't understand why you need to track the number of times Kamala speaks to the press. You don't. So I'm not even gonna break it down. But do you guys agree with this? Do you guys not see the value or the necessity or the need or the requirement for a presidential candidate to sit down and talk to journalists via which they're talking to the people? You don't see the need for her to sit down and answer basic questions about who she is, what she intends to do, what her policies and beliefs are? You do not see the value in that? Would you be comfortable voting for Trump if you didn't know if he was going to ban abortion or not? If you didn't know if he was going to increase your taxes or reduce your taxes? Would you be comfortable to vote for somebody I have no idea what that person is going to do? Somebody just should say, hey, I want to be your leader. I want to be the president. Just vote for me. You don't feel the need to say, hey, well, okay. So what are you going to do when you get in power? You don't think that's a question that you need to ask? And these are the leaders of tomorrow. College is a scam and is corroding and is depleting our society. America is in trouble.
Zero, because she refuses to take questions from the press and media? Like, shouldn't you do that if you're the sitting vice president?
She's...
And by the way, she's a sitting vice president. she's talking about on day one. What have you done? It's been 3 years and what? 3 years and 8 months, 9 months at this point.
How many times has Vance?
He actually did 3 last Sunday and 1 today with Meet the Press.
So the
Kirsten
qualification
Welker,
of a
I'm
good
debating her, though.
president is to take an interview.
If you can't take a single question, but let me ask you this,
That's a
because
problem. It's not that it's a quality, it's a requirement. It allows people to decide on if they want to vote for you. We need to know what your intentions are. We need to know. If somebody is running for mayor, let's say if you're running for class president, right? Yes, you're running for class president. You want to be the president of the class, correct? Okay. You sit up, you say, okay, you raise your hand and say, hey, I want to be the class president. Almost instinctively, everybody's like, okay, what you gonna do? Why do you want to be a class president? What are your intentions? How are you gonna help our class? You being the leader of our class. That is the most basic natural thing to ask. And here's a young lady that's probably gonna be a voter, and she doesn't care to know what the intentions of her leader is going to be. All she cares about is that she's black and she's a woman. That's enough for her. She trusts her that much. That, okay, because you're a woman and you're black, your policies are going to be good for me and the majority of Americans. Wow. That is outstanding. I wish I could trust somebody that much.
it's on you. What's her greatest accomplishment as vice president?
As vice president,
Nothing.
being the first female all-black president.
Boom. Called it. I told you, these guys really, see, at least when it comes to this, at least I have to respect that they are consistent. This to the left is such an important thing that it's above everything else, even above competence, even above skill set. Her greatest accomplishment is the symbolic appearance of a woman in a position of power that is black and that is a woman. That is it. Whether or not she runs the country to the ground, nah, whatever, that's not that important. Maybe America gets destroyed, nah, that's all right, that's not that important. Maybe America becomes too expensive for any of us to be able to live comfortably. Nah, that's not important. She's black, she's a woman, I'm happy, that's all I need. Really? What if you're unable to put gas in your car? You're unable to pay your rent. You're unable to feed yourself. No, man, all of that doesn't matter. She's a woman and she's black. Really? Wow. Wow. I have a hard time believing this is real.
We've never had that
No.
before.
Like, I got that, but like, what's her accomplishment that made people's lives better?
I don't know. Vice presidents don't really do much, to be honest.
Can you name one thing she's done that's good?
No, probably not.
Yet, you're going to vote for her. But these same people are going to be very, very excited as you say, okay, why are you voting for a racist? Why are you voting for Trump? This same group of people, they want to know why you want to vote for your candidate, but they don't feel the need to know why they are voting for theirs. What a conundrum, what a confusion. This should cause cognitive dissonance in the brain of any normal human being. If you are a regular human being, you have one brain, two eyes, one nose, you're a man or a woman, you are a homo sapien, and this doesn't create a conundrum in your mind, something's wrong with you. Something's wrong.
Thank you. The Inflation Reduction Act.
Oh, really? Did that lower?
Oh, by the way, the Inflation Reduction Act, which, you know what? If you had spoken to me a month ago, I would have, yep, she's right. But she's not, because that has actually ended up hurting the companies. Look at the stock of Intel. Look at the stock of Siemens. Go right now, go check the stock. This is what happens when the government, instead of creating a level playing field and creating incentive via taxes, just decides to pick a winner, to just give a corporation a mandate by giving them a unique, you can call it a unique advantage in the market to create a market. You end up destroying that corporation because you kill the incentive for innovation. You kill the incentive for creativity. You kill the incentive for hard work. Since there's money, why do we need to work hard? Oh, we already have money. Just gonna chill. Why do we need to work? That's what happens. And this might actually hurt the country more than it helps the country. True story.
Lower inflation.
Check it out. Intel stock is down.
What's your name?
Brad
Nice
Brady.
to meet
Nice to meet you. I like the idea. 30 seconds on, 30 seconds
Let's do
off.
it.
I think the best thing I could say about this is you have your opinion and I can have mine. You believe that Donald Trump was a good president. I maybe don't believe that. You believe that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate for the position of president. I don't believe that. What I'm getting to is, what do you gain from this? If I concede and say that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, what do you gain? Because I know what it is. You're baiting us into rage so that you can make money on your TikTok account. You're baiting college students all over the world into arguing with you over these fallacies. You throw a red herring out there and you're making money from this account while we're sitting here and looking stupid.
Maybe Charlie is gonna say this. This is Jubili. This channel, this is not Charlie's channel. So Jubili is gonna make money from this. Maybe they're gonna give him clips, to paste on his own, I don't know, social media, TikTok, YouTube, website, whatever. But he's not a primary benefactor. He's not making money primarily with this content. He's probably gonna monetize it some, but the primary monetizer is Jubili. So I don't know what he's talking about. But
stupid.
Whatever.
First of all, I don't control this account. I'm a guest here. This is Jubili Media, and they're going to edit it as they see fit. Okay, number one. Number two, it needs to be acknowledged that she didn't earn it. She didn't win a Democrat primary. She dropped out in the Democrat primary in 2020. She's never been likable. She's got there simply because of race, not because of competency, not because she's good at her job. And I think that's wrong and it needs to be called out.
You're bringing up qualitative examples. These are all subjective qualitative examples. Her race, her competency, her
Those are
dropping
Joe
out of the
Biden's
election.
words.
That's not what you said earlier. I'm talking about the points you've just brought up, multiple qualitative points. And these points can be believed by you and not by me, as you believe in a God and I don't. These are qualitative arguments that you're making against me for this. And I can believe differently than you. And I think we can agree to disagree on this one.
Okay, fine.
Perfect.
Okay. And then it's going to take the entire time.
You're welcome.
30 on, 30 off.
How do you feel about the Senate?
As
Electoral
far as
college?
her tie-breaking vote of the Senate?
No. I'm just saying like Senate. Like
the-
the Senate is technically DEI in a certain sense for like small states. Like Wyoming gets people in Wyoming get a greater
Rhode
vote
Island
than me in
and Hawaii.
California.
Like Rhode Island and Hawaii.
I'm giving you an example. California, I get less of a vote than someone who exists in Wyoming. So we're giving people in Wyoming more say than they necessarily should, given that they're one individual. So why do you believe in DEI as it relates to how our government is set up? But you don't believe in DEI in terms of allowing for people who are black or who are women to be in positions of power that they have not been allowed in, historically speaking.
So is the Electoral College and the Senate based on race?
It's predicated off of diversity, equity, and inclusion.
How is
right?
that?
Like inclusion of
No. It's based off of population size, inclusion of people, period. Every state is independent. See, this is why states ratified constitution before they joined the United States. It started out with 13 states, now it's 50. So your state joined, understanding that every state has representation. Otherwise, the decision made in California their population will just sway the whole country left and right. No, it's not DEI. It's representation for people, period. The type of people doesn't matter. The gender of the people doesn't matter. It's just humans. Different groups that are individual sovereign states that have joined the union deserve equal representation.
of country areas, inclusion of rural areas, inclusion of white men like you.
Okay, so you mean like Hawaii?
I'm referencing. You could say smaller states or places that have less people in it. So obviously would be able to have more of a say per individual.
So your argument is that the U.S. Senate is a DEI? I gotta be honest, I've never heard that argument, but I think it's a little silly. But
how is it silly? Argue against it instead of just saying it's silly.
Well, right. So it's silly on its face because, first of all, we have on the House of Representatives is proportional to population.
Oh,
Second,
but the Senate isn't. So
no,
it's DEI.
It's not DEI.
Yes, it is.
Why would you say it's diversity, equity, inclusion? Because Wyoming gets 2 senators. They're their own sovereign state, aren't they?
For country areas, for rural areas, equity for
that's-
rural
that's
areas.
That's not
right,
the
and for smaller states.
So let's go back to the Federalist Papers and the Founding Fathers. Why was the Senate composed?
Can you tell me
this
why
way?
it's not DEI? Like under your definition,
Well,
why is
because
it
it's
not
not
DEI?
based on race. And by the way,
it doesn't have to be based
it's
on
also
race.
based. It's not based on
You can have-
equity, and
can't
it's
you
not
have-
based on inclusion.
Can't you have
But
DEI
let
based
me-
upon different
let me tell you
characteristics
why.
other than race?
Let me finish.
Whether or not you're a woman,
Let me
whether or not.
Let me finish. Why? It's because we are a collection of states. We are not a federal project. So states' rights usurp federal. Do you know what the 17th Amendment is?
Do you know why the Articles of Confederation failed?
Yes, but what is the
Why?
10th Amendment?
Because states had too many rights, had too
Right.
much power.
What is the 10th
That's why we
Amendment?
specifically adopted the
Parker,
Constitution.
let me make one point, okay?
Go ahead.
Which is, how did we used to elect senators?
It'd be population.
No. We used to elect senators based on state legislatures. So the Senate is an extension of the state legislative bodies. That's not DEI, that's federalism.
No.
That's the way that our system is
You're
set up,
misunderstanding what I'm
which
saying
is a
is DEI.
bottom-up, citizen-led government to allow the states, which are first and foremost sovereign. So it goes in this ladder in this country.
That's still DEI for those states
Citizens,
and for those country areas.
No, because it's colorblind. It's not that, we get white
again,
states
DEI
more,
is not
black
only based
states
on
more.
race.
Hold on a second.
Diversity for country, diversity for rural, equity
Hold
for
on a
rural,
second.
and inclusion of
So,
rural.
no, that's an interesting point. So
Do you think
diversity.
DEI is only race
Let
because
me ask you a
you
question.
associate it with Kamala Harris?
Let me ask you a question. Is there a single instance in corporate America where DEI is implemented where diversity means anything other than skin color diversity?
So diversity.
No, it's not
women,
about viewpoint.
Women.
What? Fine. How about chromosome or diversity or skin color?
So skin color. There's gender. You have to move the goalpost a little bit because you got destroyed there. All right, but there's also
Well, no. I'm just asking a very simple question. The answer is no, because our system
That
of
doesn't mean
government.
that's not DEI. It still meets your
saying
definition.
the Senate is DEI.
What was your
is-
definition though?
What is?
What was your definition? Diversity, equity, inclusion. Diversity doesn't
Well,
only
hold
apply to
on.
race.
Let me
You're just
tell
saying
you-
other people defined
Parker, let me
diversity,
finish.
equity, inclusion to be
Let me
based on
finish.
race. You didn't though.
Let me finish. Because you're saying you didn't earn it. You know who did earn it? South Dakota and North Dakota when they charted themselves into states.
Wyoming didn't earn it because they have less of a
formed themselves
population.
into a state. Hold on. Yeah.
I've never heard the argument before that the Senate is like DEI for states. No, it's not DEI for states because DEI is not colorblind. DEI is not gender blind, whatever gender means in their mind. DEI is not race. It's not racially blind. So no, it's not DEI. It's just flat out representation for people. Period. What those people look like is irrelevant. Yeah, call it inclusion for people. Sure. What? It's include. You have to include all the states because it's a bottom-up federalist system. So the Senate, like Oklahoma, has 2 senators. Each state has 2. What? I don't understand the rationale. Like what? What was it trying to do to show that DEI is good? No, the ideology sounds right, but like I said before, the leftists are great with actually identifying a problem, but their solutions usually suck because for whatever reason, either the solution and for whatever reason, the solution tends to make the problems worse. Maybe it's just because they are targeting the symptom of the problem that they're trying to solve versus actually targeting the actual problem that they're trying to solve. That could be the reason, because there's something called finite element analysis, and there's also something called root cause analysis that I learned in engineering school. If you have a problem and you want to solve that problem, you have to define or determine what the root cause is. The only way to do that is to investigate the problem rigorously and objectively. You have to investigate that problem, understand what the root cause of the problem is, and once you do that and you start to solution, you are solutioning for that root cause, also known as thinking from first principles. That's what you do. You don't sit there and say, oh, I'm going to do DEI. That you're addressing the symptom of a problem. That is not a solution. You might kill the symptom somewhat, but you are by no means solving the problem. And in some instances, you could be making the problem far worse in ways that you didn't anticipate. That's my take. Minutes.
All right. Who really wants to go? I don't want to pick on. I don't want to pick on somebody who doesn't want to get picked on. Okay. You want to debate?
Wait, what is the topic?
Whatever you want. So you're the affirmative. I'm the negative.
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
You're good with 10 minutes. I don't want to put you in a spot you don't want to be in.
No, let's do it. This one's fun.
You sure? Okay.
Oh man, she's gonna regret this.
Okay, I guess the claim
She's
I'm
gonna
making
regret
is that
this.
affirmative action is constitutional.
Tell me about your claim.
I wanted to talk about affirmative action because we haven't really gotten to it, and it's recently been revoked based on the new Supreme Court ruling. And I firmly believe that affirmative action is constitutional and is a right that certain American citizens deserve. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, the 14th Amendment allows for equal protection regardless of race, and it's a colorblind amendment. And the whole idea of affirmative action is to try to give people extra boost based on their skin color or their racial background, which by definition cuts underneath the idea of equal protection.
Okay. So do you know why the 14th Amendment was founded and the Equal Protection and Equal Rights Act
Yeah, the
exists?
14th Amendment was a post-Civil War amendment. 14,
Yes.
15, 16, 17 were all during Reconstruction.
So what was it in response to?
Slavery.
Oh, and who were slaves?
Well, that's an important point. So do you think affirmative action will help heal the multi-generational problems of slavery?
I do. I really do.
Okay.
Because, so let's just talk about the history for a second. Slavery begins in the early 1800s.
Earlier.
No.
No,
Slavery?
1816 is the beginning of slavery.
1619.
1619.
Oh, yeah, I guess it would be.
It's a
Okay,
si-
first slaves come in 1619, doesn't end until 1800s.
1880s.
Then we go into Jim Crow laws starting in 1877, and Black people are not given equal rights until officially 1965. Would you agree with that?
That's generally the correct telling.
Yeah, so, 1960s, 1970s.
But just so we're clear that Black Americans were able to serve in office in the early 1900s. They were able to vote throughout the 1900s. But yes, there were poll taxes, there was Jim Crow laws, there was segregation. Of course there was. I mean, you have to be
Yeah,
delusional not to acknowledge those things.
Okay, so we can acknowledge all of those things. Can we also acknowledge, due to the laws under Jim Crow, that Black people were significantly hindered from economic
Got it.
advancement?
This is a really important question. The data shows not really. It was evil, it was terrible, but Black Americans are poorer today in 2024 than they were in the 19.
And this is one of the most counterintuitive things for that I had to learn, right? That how is it that by every economic measure, like social status, owning of property, owning of assets, having their own businesses, Black people under Jim Crow were actually doing financially better by Black people today. That's not a racist thing to say. That's just the fact that you need to call out. First of all, acknowledge that that is true, and then start asking yourself, oh, why is that? Because that is really true. Remember, there's a district in Tulsa called the Black Wall Street. That district, you will be hard pressed in this day and age to find any district like that. You can say ATL is coming up and whatever, maybe Philly is, but ATL is Transformer City. You don't know who's a woman or a man over there, and Philly is not that great of is looking bad basically. So there's an argument to be made that for whatever reason, Black people under Jim Crow were doing better economically. Politically, maybe not, but from an economic standpoint, that's actually true. They were doing better than we are today. If you look at the standards of living, how much money they were making, what was the median income, what was inflation, like if you take everything into consideration, this seemed to have been doing better. The question is why?
1950s.
Yes, why do you think that is?
Good question. So we have the Civil Rights Act, we have more benefits, more government programs. Something changed between the 1950s and 2024. So there's two answers to this question. Either America got more racist since 1950s to 2024, so like that 70-year period, because Black Americans are worse off today per capita
Yeah,
than
I would
they
agree
were.
with this.
You agree with that? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Than in the 1950s. Or there's another explanation.
Wow. You know what? I didn't expect her to acknowledge that. You know what? I gotta give her some credit. Yes, she does acknowledge it. So prior to the 1970s, Black people were doing better in America. Fast forward from the 1970s to this day and age, 2024, it seems like Black people are doing worst. And I love how Charlie does the setup. He said, okay, I don't know if you can just paint in black and white, but it could be a mixed bag. But basically, there's two extremes, right? Either just listen.
And I think the truth is somewhere in the middle, which is I think you would acknowledge that the disappearance of the Black father has been the #1 driver of Black poverty in this country. Now, there are reasons for that we could.
Yeah. What do you think the reasons for that are?
Well, culture is one. Would you agree?
So actually, let's
And
go
then
back to the
you can say
foundations
school
of
to
that
prison
culture.
pipeline, all that stuff. But can we at least agree that Black dads not being around is a bad thing?
Anyone's father not being around is a bad
No,
thing.
of course,
not
but
Yeah,
specific-
yeah, yeah. But specifically, the rate of fatherlessness in African American community has went from 20% to what nowadays is like 75, 80%.
75% of black youth are not raised with a father in the home. It's the highest of any group in the country. It used to be 25% in the 1950s, so it's gone up dramatically in 70 years.
Okay, so you are blaming the fact that black people have not been able to achieve economic equality and
Or even
advancement in
progress.
this
It's 'cause
country
they've had decrease.
specifically and solely
Not
because
solely.
of the absence
Not
of black
solely.
men.
It is the most primary ingredient reason.
Primarily,
So
Most
you think it's
primary.
the absence of black fathers?
Correct.
And you think what else?
Public sector's teacher unions that have kept these schools crummy and kids aren't reading and teachers keep getting paid and we don't fire bad teachers. That's a big thing.
Okay.
War on police in our inner cities and not having enough police and not actually locking up criminals. Hear me out. For example, in Chicago, do you know that only half of all murders go solved in the city of Chicago?
That doesn't surprise me at all.
That's a problem, right?
That is a problem.
Yeah. So we need more police, more detectives to solve those murders. But I want to hear your points too. I'm talking too much.
So let's go back a little bit to what you said in the issue of policing. Now, starting in the 1980s and continuing onward, there's been a war on drugs. Is this correct?
I like the war on drugs.
You like the war on drugs. So during the war on drugs, it created an epidemic of mass incarceration, specifically
Hold on.
of
Only if you're using drugs
no.
or peddling drugs. If you don't use drugs, then you don't go to jail, right?
So you believe that the criminal justice system is flawless?
No, I've never said flawless. There's a lot of people in jail that shouldn't be in jail. There's a lot of problems in any system.
Okay, so wait, let's pause
however,
on that. So you believe that a lot of people who have gone to jail
small percentage.
shouldn't be in jail? A small percent.
Yeah,
What
but,
percent would you say?
5%?
You would say only 5%.
Correct. When you have a system of justice, you're going to have scummy prosecutors. You're going to have bad defense attorneys.
I have a question. Can I get a Google? What percentage of people currently incarcerated are black?
It's way larger than
Well, hold on.
It's what?
Hold on.
way larger than
No, I know, but the fact I'm saying 5%.
It's caused by the war on drugs.
Hold on a
So
second.
that's the point that I'm trying to make. Exactly.
Who am I debating? Am I debating here? Or am
If
I?
your own government is pumping drugs.
Yeah. So.
Okay. So I want to make a quick
You're
point.
right. Black Americans are in prison far greater than the percentage of the population. So Black Americans are about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes, I
About
know
half
this.
of all prisoners are black.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders. They commit more arsons. They commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all.
According to the U.S. Census, blacks make up 13.7% of the population in 2019. 51.2% of those arrested for murder and non-negligent manslaughter were black, according to the FBI. So Charlie is right.
All the murders. That's not a war on drugs. That's a culture problem.
Okay, so let's talk about that culture. Black people have been legislatively subjugated up until 1965. I'll give it, I mean, honestly, it's later, but let's just say 1965. You do not think that 10 generations of legislative subjugation and slavery during that time, 4,000 black men, women, and children are lynched as the result of race riots in this country? You do not think that these things have a lasting effect? We have had 10 generations of subjugation and 4 of legislative
Of course
freedom.
they have an impact, but it's more on you to explain why things got worse since the Civil Rights Act. More violent, less fathers around, poorer.
And what you're saying is true. I have to give her some credence here. It's true that you can't go through 10 generation of subjugation and then 4 generation of legislative freedom and expect no consequences. While what she's saying is true, what Charlie is also saying is true here. You still have to explain how going from 10 generation of being oppressed to having legislative freedom and technically just having freedom, you end up worse than you were before. That seems to defy common sense, but that's effectively what we're dealing with here. So I'm not saying I have all the answers, but at the beginning of every debate, you have to first of all lay down the facts for what they are, acknowledge them, and then start investigating why those facts are the way they are. The fact of the matter is, yes, 10 generations of oppression, 4 generations of freedom, there has to be some kind of psychosocial impact. True. But I don't understand how that psychosocial impact is worse on us now versus the people that actually physically experienced it, because the people that apparently physically experienced it did better than the people that just know about it and just happen to be descendants of those people. I'm not sure that computes well in my brain. I don't have I don't know what side I landed on this one, but that's really, really odd.
Why is that?
Because of mass incarceration and the
hold on, no, no,
unfair
no.
criminalization.
So mass incarceration is not a root cause; it's a symptom of a problem. Again, this theme keeps recurring. The left identifies a problem. However, whenever they see the problem, they try to address, or maybe they don't identify the problem correctly, because in this instance she's thinking mass incarceration is it's a problem, but it's not the problem. The problem is what causes them to go to jail. Now you say, oh, maybe it's the war on drugs. Well, what causes the war on drugs? Well, it's the availability of drugs in the black neighborhood. Then you ask the question, well, how the hell black people didn't invent cocaine? They are no chemists. They don't just create cocaine out of thin air. And then you start getting to the root cause of the problem. And there is a three-letter there there is a three-letter agency that is associated with this issue. I'm not gonna say their name because I don't want to be I don't want to get visited, but you know who actually brought those drugs to the black community and actually initiated that problem. I want to leave that alone.
Of black men.
But let's just take murders, for example. Why blacks are 13% of the population and commit 58% of the murders? Why is that?
Because people in affluent and whiter neighborhoods are not being policed at the same
No, no,
rate. There are more
murders.
police.
I'm talking about dead bodies. There's no, like, we're not talking about policing, we're talking about murders. Why are so many blacks committing murders outside of their population?
The left have what I call designated enemies. If you are the police, you are the enemy. If you are white, you are the enemy. If you don't support their ideology, you are the enemy and you are racist. If you don't support their ideology, you are the enemy and you're homophobic. If you don't agree with them, you are the enemy. You have to agree, you have to align, you have to say yes, you are right, you have to say I support, I champion the cause, I am an ally. Otherwise, and if you're a Republican, you're also the enemy.
Okay, let's take it back to some history.
I'm curious for an answer to that question.
I'm going to give you one. So let's go to redlining. Okay, redlining.
Redlining
Yes.
is why so many blacks are killing each other?
No, let me finish my claim.
Okay.
And then you can respond. Is that okay? Okay, so redlining, federally mandated or sustained by the FHA, right? Separating Black Americans to specifically impoverished and relegated areas of the country. We are incapable of buying homes and putting equity.
Why what she's saying is true. I'm not saying that what she's saying is not true. It's only true because right now those zones are poor. But there's nothing to say that whenever those redlinings were happening in the first place, those zones were by definition poor. Maybe they were, I don't know. If they were, then she's right. But I do think that something like the Black Wall Street was probably existed due to redlining. And so since you were forced to be together, you had to be forced to create your own economy, to create your own society, to create your own communities and make it happen for yourselves. I think that's what happened in Black Wall Street. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but you know.
Equity into neighborhoods with lower crime rates and better educational systems. We do not have access to things that would uplift and help our community. When you are put in an environment that promotes and reinforces social and economic inequality, you become desperate and are forced to do things
Like kill
that
people.
maybe don't align with your values.
What you're making an excuse for a lot of
Now,
murder,
when you
and
have
a lot of stealing,
a high
but
concentration
that-
of a subjugated people in
Hold on.
one area,
If you were right, when blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that?
so I'm sorry, are you
Yeah, you really have to wrestle with that fact because Charlie is making a very compelling point. How is it that the people that were less free, that were oppressed by by every measure, and everybody knows that to be true, some way, somehow, we're doing better than the same group of people that are freer and more educated and less oppressed. Why is that? And I think the answer to this has to do with LBJ's policies.
Are you trying to say that blacks thrive under subjugation?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm asking you the question. The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000 black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
If that's your explanation, but I guess
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is worse than it has been.
That affected
Racial, for you to say that, actually, young lady, what you just said is very silly, because the argument you just made is that the only reason why black people were not killing each other was because white people were gonna kill them. Racial terror. That's basically what she just said. That is actually stupid. No, I do not think. No, I do not think that the reason that black people were successful under Jim Crow, when they were subjugated, when America was more racist, is because there was racial terror. No, I actually think it has to do with the welfare state, which kicked the father out of the house.
80 years.
The generational psyche of an entire group of people?
No, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just trying to understand, why is it the more social welfare we've done? So we've spent $20 trillion on uplifting black communities, 20 trillion, and black Americans are poor. We've done everything that's been asked.
You haven't done everything that's been asked, though.
Great society,
because what is being asked?
And that's another thing with the Democrats. They think every problem is just throw money at it, throw money at it. And every entrepreneur that is actually building a business understands that sometimes the solution is to throw money. But again, when you're throwing money, you have to understand how you're throwing the money, where you're throwing the money, how you're deploying capital. But more often than not, the solution is actually not to throw money at it, because throwing money at it could actually make the problem worse. Again, goes back to the point I'm making, that these Democrats identify the issue, but because of ideology or because of whatever, they keep trying to target the symptom versus actually targeting the root cause. And if you ask me what the root cause is, in this case, I really think the root cause is fatherlessness. Because I think the greatest privilege of my life, the greatest gift that I was ever given, being born and raised in Cameroon, was having mom and dad. It was so good for me to where I didn't even realize, I couldn't fathom that you could have a household without a dad or a mom in it, unless one of the parents had passed. To me, it didn't even register that you could have a situation where you could have a house where there's a mom with kids and no dad, and the dad is alive. Like, that didn't make sense to me until I went to the university. The neighborhood where I grew up, everybody had a mom and dad. We all poor as dirt, but every house had mom and dad. And I think that is the most fundamental and the most important thing that I was ever given. The greatest privilege of my life is that I had my mom and dad raise me. Granted, dad was traveling, building roads or whatever, but I had mom and dad raise me. And that is the grounding that everybody needs. Until I went out of my town, I went to Bamenda, where I went to the university. There was a lady across the door, very nice, sweet lady. She had two little boys, but there was no man in the house. And I saw a lot of people around. I was like, that is weird. It doesn't make sense that you have a house with kids. There's mom, but there's no dad. It didn't register to me. And mind you, I was 17, 18 at that point. So my whole life, I just lived in a place where, in my mind, the only reason why that would happen is if mom died or if dad died. Otherwise, and even in those cases, mom or dad would remarry, and there's always going to be a mother and father figure in the house. I can see how if you do not have that, that will cause problems.
Subsidized housing, Medicaid, public schooling, subsidized college. We're talking about $20 trillion that has been spent on the Great Society, and yet Black America is poorer, more murderous, more dangerous. So there's an explanation. I'm asking you to explain.
But we are not asking for handouts. We are asking for equity.
Hold on,
and
what
part
is
of
that?
equity
what does equity mean?
is
you mean taking from other people?
Excuse me, it means sharing, which is something that you guys seem to have a very hard.
Sharing. Sharing what? Taxpayer money? Who paid those taxes? White people, black people? This is why I say these people, these kids live in a bubble, man. I'm just
Hard time
shocked.
doing.
Sharing. So somebody has to explain why Black America, and you haven't, is 13% of the population and commits 58% of the murder.
Black people have built and founded this society.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. This was great. I really enjoyed. Let me know what you think about this one. It was fun, reacting to this debate. Man, it got intense. I feel like at some point I just my head, they got me riled up, man. Oh, goodness gracious. Boy, that was funny. Oh, that was good. Okay. Thank you all. Don't forget to hit the like, share, comment, subscribe. That way you hit that little bell notification. That way every time I drop a new video, you're gonna be the first to know. Thank you all. Go ahead and leave me a comment and let me know what you think. I'll catch you on the next one. Bye bye.